All right, folks. Well, it's a real pleasure to see all of you. Too bad this is not in person again, but we have high hopes for 2022. Uh, Nevertheless, welcome everyone to Digital Animal Summit 2021. We have a packed agenda and some great speakers, but as always, we are all of us here to learn from all of us. And despite not able to meet up this time, we certainly hope that by making vigorous and generous use of chat here, we'll get your questions, your comments, and all of your applause and plaudits as well. So I'm going to start by, first of all, thanking all of you. It's amazing to see everybody here in Zoom and be part of us, part of our community and part of this conference. I want to thank our gold sponsor, Folio 3, for, as always, putting this together, and the amazing volunteers and the hard work done by the team there at Folio 3. And to our speakers, whom we'll get to in a minute, sincere thanks for accepting our invitation and being part of Digital Animal Summit this year. So let's do a very quick recap of the agenda. I'm sure all of you will get started. So our investor keynote, how tomorrow will work, will deal with the future of work and what's happening with digital transformation across all industries, but particularly the animal health and management industry. This is a fireside chat with our friends Clint, Chao, who's partner at Moment Ventures, and Danny O'Brien, managing director at SVG Ventures for EMEA. And I have the privilege and I'm very excited to be moderating this discussion. And then we have our first panel, high demand, low supply. So in this world, I guess with the onset of the pandemic, the incredible amount of supply chain disruptions with simultaneously rising customer expectations, particularly on the digital side, we have a fantastic panel with Philip, Rodrigo, and Charlie joining their moderator, Imran, Haque. The next panel, videos. So these are stories and lessons and challenges and opportunities around digital transformation in the animal health industry. Hilary Jensen will be moderating, Dr. Ahmed, Trevor, Scott, Brad joining her for a very vibrant discussion on all things digitally transformed in our industry. And then, of course, on to a crowd favorite, the Startup Showcase. This time we have 4 very cool animal tech startups. And we have 3 judges, Amy joining us from Quick Capital, Adnan from Mentors Fund, Christine from Rabobank, and their ringleader, cheerleader, and moderator, Sebastian, will, as always, be managing this, our version of Shark Tank. And then on to the innovator keynote, which is a tale of 2 startups with Simriti from Lazarus 3D, talking about innovation in and around human health, and Heiner, who's CEO of Faromatics, talking about his entrepreneurial journey and the journey of Faromatics. And that will be moderated by our own Megan Berry, who's a partner at Mentors Fund. And so I think we are all set, a minute or 2 ahead to go on to our sessions. And before I start, I just wanted to again say that please feel free to interact. Almost all of our sessions, in fact, all of our session panels and the keynotes will be about half sort of questions that the moderators will be asking our speakers. And the rest of it really is your time as audience. So get your questions prepared, get your comments prepared, and you know, let's do our best to be as interactive as possible. And with that, I'm going to actually my screen share and let us highlight our speakers. So let's see, Danny, you're on. So if you can unmute.
Hey, Umair, how are you?
Hi, Danny. And Clint, you're on as well.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Fantastic to have you here. And again, we have no issues with disruptions of, pets or children flying about behind us. We're all very nice and informal here and, happy to enjoy ourselves. But with that, let me welcome our morning investor keynote speakers. Danny, let's start with you. Tell the folks here a little bit about yourself and a little bit about SVG Ventures.
Well, thanks, Umair, and great to be here again. Thanks very much for having me on the panel today with Clint as well. It's a pity we're not in Berkeley, California, but I'm actually here in Ireland, in Dublin, where I'm from originally. You can probably tell from my accent. So I'm born and raised here, but spent some time working in London and New York over the years with startups and in the investment space. I started my own accelerator a few years ago and then joined SVG Ventures Thrive at the start of this year. So I've been working with the team there in Silicon Valley for about 8 or 9 months now. SVG Ventures are an agri-food tech investor, and we're sector focused on that space. We don't invest outside the space. We've been doing this for about 10 years now, based in Silicon Valley. We have an accelerator program called Thrive, which is renowned as the #1 agri-food tech accelerator, and we just launched another Thrive accelerator in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So 2 accelerators, a venture fund, and we also work with corporates on corporate innovation priorities as well. So we bring the whole ecosystem together to advance the future of food and agriculture.
Brilliant. And before I move on to Clint, tell me a little bit about your sort of investment approach and what sort of startups do you personally look at, and broadly what SVG looks at.
Yeah, so it's broadly within the agri-food tech space. So anything from upstream farm inputs, precision agriculture, on-farm technology, right through to supply chain, packaging, things that are a little bit more closer to the consumer. So there's a lot of kind of technology areas in there. Our sweet spot is seed to Series A stage. We invest 100K in our accelerator, first of all, in each company, and then we have up to 1 million in follow-on investment for those companies as well who graduate from the accelerator. So that's our approach. We invest worldwide, although our accelerator and fund is based in the US. We've invested in Latin America, in Europe, in Africa as well, Australia. So very much a global approach, and we work with global corporates as well, about 40 corporate clients now who are looking for solutions all around the world to solve their challenges. What I would say is a key theme that's becoming more and more important is sustainability. So we look for companies who are obviously targeting big markets, have a great team in place, but also who are, making the world more sustainable via their technology as well. So, so that's a key aspect that is more and more apparent for us these days.
And over to you, Clint. Tell us a bit about yourself and Moment Ventures.
Thanks, Umair, and it's great to virtually see everybody today. I look forward to the day we all are back in person. So I'm very happy to be here. I am Clint Chao, and I am a co-founder and general partner of Moment Ventures. We're an early stage seed-focused fund based out of Menlo Park, California. I'm sitting here in my home now. Used to have an office, but we've gone virtual and distributed from here on out. I would say that from a focus standpoint, we're a generalist fund, but thematically focused. And what I mean by that is that we will look across all industries for opportunities, but we have a very specific theme based around the future of work. And the future of work, of course, has all sorts of interesting context to it, given COVID and what have you. But we actually started using the term back in 2015 when we started the fund. And to us, the future of work is really all about using technology to solve key operational functions in and across industries. So we will look in industries like animal health or logistics or food or healthcare, education, oil and gas, and what have you. And the reason why we do that is because we are at the dawn of what I believe is a revolution where we will see software create all sorts of interesting transformation in and across these industries. Those of you who are steeped in the animal health industry probably know that there's many things that you probably wish worked better and worked more efficiently. And I think we're still in the very early days of using technology to transform how those industries work. I love reminding people that in the transportation industry, Uber just celebrated its 12th birthday. So, in the grand scheme of things, the $100 trillion industry, or whatever size the transportation industry is, a company less than 12 years ago came forth and created something that is dramatically transformative of the way we as consumers view transportation. And just a quick anecdote on that, the entrepreneurs at Uber could have easily have just gone to the taxi industry on day one and offered to license their software to help them manage their cab fleets. And if they did that, they'd be about $100 million company today. So, as they didn't do that. They created a software platform in and of itself, alternate universe, I like to say, and significantly transformed how we as consumers and those that make a living as drivers in the ecosystem, it completely changed their way of life. So what we try to do is look across these other industries, like the one you're all part of, and see if we can find sort of analogous opportunities where software can play a fundamental role in changing things. We'll talk a little bit more about it as we go along, but that's the general purpose of our fund. And I should say we are seed focused, and we invest about $1 million into our initial rounds of companies, and we love working with our entrepreneurs in following in and with follow-on investments as companies grow.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Thank you. So, Clint, to sort of the future of work specifically, I'd love from both you and Danny to get a little bit of a sense of the sort of the types of entrepreneurs you're looking for, of entrepreneurs, right? The characteristics of the really great entrepreneurs that you look to back and fund. So I'll start with you, Clint. Just tell us a little bit about that for the entrepreneurs and budding entrepreneurs in our audience.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, let's all remind ourselves that all entrepreneurs outside of their day jobs are digital natives by nature. We're all, especially young entrepreneurs today. So everybody has already somewhat gotten used to the fact that technology needs to serve our needs. And what's been interesting, I've been in the technology industry for my whole career. Technology has done what I call inverted itself. It used to be the day when someone like me would show up at a customer. I show up with this, box that was essentially sheet metal wrapped around some fancy semiconductor, and it would have all sorts of key features. And my entire sales pitch to the customer was the CPU power and the power management and the I/O and how awesome my sheet metal looks to solve your problem. And if you want me to solve your problem, buy lots of my boxes and then hire engineers to go and install them in your environment and hopefully work to solve your problem and pay me lots of money in the meantime, right? Fast forward to today, you have a phone and an app, you push a button, a car shows up. Nobody really cares how that technology works. They just know that you're solving their problem. So to answer your question, Umair, what we look for entrepreneurs that are living in the trenches of these industries and understand the problem they're going about to solve, and then can use technology somewhat as a utility to help solve that problem, right? And again, push a button, car shows up, push a button and solve the problem. So really try to understand what the problem is. And so the entrepreneur we're looking for is someone that we call sort of someone that has founder problem fit, right? Someone who understands well enough the problem that they can solve using this new utility called technology and software.
Got it. Yeah. Well, and you gave yourself away as a Tesla owner with that.
Exactly. I am.
Repeated thing of partner in the car shows. So, Danny, let's talk about sort of your investment approach and particularly what sort of founders are you looking for? What are the qualities that you and SVG look for in a founder?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'd really have to echo a lot of Clint's points there. I found myself nodding while he was talking there. I think the aspect of being, customer centric or customer focused is even more apparent in the animal space or production animal space or ag tech. Farmers are facing huge challenges constantly, and there's a lot of solutions targeted at them. And there's a bit of a disconnect there quite often, whereby they're trying to navigate this technology landscape of which solution can help add value to me and my farm. And they're operating on thin margins all the time, and they can only make a few bets each year in terms of adopting technology on farms. So it's really important for founders to show that they're working on one of the top 3 problems that are facing that specific farmer that they're going after, and that they've listened and they spent time on farms. They understand that they think about who are the users of this product, not just the customers, because sometimes that can be a different person. Education, it can be sometimes a challenge, for example. So we want to make sure that these founders have a good understanding of the users that they're serving. And what leads into that at an early stage is having founders who are very coachable. We go through an accelerator with founders, and quite often it's those who take advice, would challenge you as well, but would take advice and are able to take those learnings and apply them to their business. That's a strong sign. Somebody who comes in and doesn't take that advice on board, who knows it all, doesn't take advantage of mentors, that's a bit more of a red flag. So I'd urge founders to be customer centric and coachable as well as possible. In general, we also look for cross-functional teams as well. It's always a good sign is to have a kind of a mix of business development and technology skills, who can work together on this. And teams with 2 or more founders, always the data shows that they always tend to do better, because they can bounce ideas off each other, they can iterate quicker, and things go wrong, and having a bit of support there on the team is always good. So there are a few of the characteristics we look for when we're looking at founders particularly.
But you mentioned, the sort of the challenges and opportunities facing sort of agriculture broadly in farms and farmers. So tell us, what will the farm of the future look like? What are sort of the big technologies that will drive this change?
Yeah, well, there's technology is changing the face of farming, across the whole value chain. I mean, it's one of the least digitized industries, as many reports will tell you. There's a number of technologies that are really, changing things right now. A key thing is the proliferation of sensors. The cost curve of sensors has come way down, and that's allowed us to deploy them at scale. Bring together more data onto dashboards for farmers to work with. Now, that can be a good thing and a bad thing. Sometimes too much data can lead to confusion with farmers. It needs to be interpreted in the right way. So, but in general, more sensors in terms of weather and things like that are, giving farmers better predictability. On the production animal side, we're seeing a lot of sensors inside animals, particularly cows at present. There's a number of companies working on that, which is telling farmers directly, hey, there's a problem with this animal in particular. We're seeing signs that mightn't be visible to the farmer, but could be predictive of a potential disease or problem, whatever that might be. So that's that's a key thing. Also, computer vision, AI technologies, machine learning. There are a lot of buzzwords there, but they're actually there's real case studies of these being deployed on farms. One of the companies we've invested in, you'll see them speak later on today on the Shark Tank. They're using computer vision to identify animals and monitor animals, again, to predict any issues before the farmer can see them. So if you think about US or Canadian farmers who have huge ranches, they can't be everywhere at once. They can't see what's going wrong. So using technology to help predict some of these issues is crucial. So there's a few of the things that are happening, but in general, you're going to see farmers with less tools and more iPads on farms, I would say, more autonomous vehicles as well, and more autonomy decision making. On-farm testing as well is another big area, rather than sending results off to a lab, takes a few days to come back, using technology on farms to turn them around quicker. So in general, there's a nexus here of actual software technology, but also biology and biotech as well, which is adding a lot of value to farmers.
Very interesting. The farm of the future and the future of work for farmers looks kind of interesting. So tell me, how can farmers prepare for this future and leverage, whether it's through choosing or partnering, or how do the farmers prepare now for the next 10 years?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, part of the problem is there's such an array of technologies and solutions aiming at the farmer. So part of the first step is really for farmers to become digitally literate and be able to decipher which product would be a better fit for them, I would say. Understanding the technology behind, as Clint mentioned, you don't need to understand all the technology of how it does a thing, but how can this add value to my farm? Think about who are the users who are going to be using this, rather than just working off the case studies. With our companies and companies in this industry, having testing on farms is crucial. So looking for evidence that this product or this service has been tested on farms, has been proven, the claims have been proven in terms of the ROI. But it's about becoming coming up to speed with what technologies are out there at the moment. Getting closer to innovation centers. There's a number popping up. We'll be announcing something next week in the US with a large co-op who are looking to deploy technology on farms. In Alberta, we're working with Olds College Smart Farm there, where farmers can come and see some of these technologies on farm and understand how they're being used. So working rather than talking to other farmers, actually step outside your comfort zone as well, and work with universities, work with local innovation centers, and co-ops as well, who are trying to be that link between technology and farmers. And I think it's crucial, and if they don't, they'll be left behind as well, because one of the main challenges I mentioned is sustainability and reducing greenhouse emissions, etc. And the challenges are so vast that technology is needed to actually achieve those targets in time. And in Europe, where I am here, it's becoming law that you have to meet these targets. So there's kind of a rock and a hard place here. How are we going to bring farmers along here? And technology, we think, is a core element of that, and it's good to be prepared.
Got it. Well, thank you, Danny. So Clint, moving beyond just the sort of the production animal health vertical, what are some examples of sort of future of work companies in various vertical industries that you have seen and you have invested in?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we're a generalist focused firm, so we look across all industries, but we do have this lens around the future of work. There's two companies that come to mind that might be interesting analogs for all of you. We have an investment in a company called Pod Foods, which is a digital supply chain platform for food products to find their way onto store shelves. Think of them as sort of providing the digital plumbing connecting food brands and store buyers, those that buy products to store their shelves. And the entrepreneurs actually were fascinating. There were two founders that were running a cookie company that had started to build a very loyal audience for their customers, but they found it incredibly hard, and the terms were very onerous to work with existing distribution channels to get onto store shelves. And so what they decided to do is actually solve the problem for the entire industry, enabling emerging brands to easily and digitally connect with store buyers. And then they provide all of the logistics and supply chain details to allow buyers to easily discover and procure their products. So that's one side of future of work, which is really what we call business at the speed of software, enabling software to sort of completely change the infrastructure of your industry. And perhaps you can think of interesting parallels in the animal space. The other investment thesis we have is something we call the future of workers. We have lots of really important labor groups out there working very hard in their industries. Yours is certainly not an exception at all, but we have a company investment in a company called Alto. And Alto is, I would just classify as a fintech company, but what they provide is a platform that allows any investor to use their retirement funds to actually invest in alternative assets. That may sound like a bunch of buzzwords, but essentially allowing you to use those funds that you have reserved for retirement for sort of high return possibilities in either private equity, in real estate, in crypto, and other assets that have up until recently only been relegated to large institutional investors to be able to access. But now any individual with a retirement fund has the opportunity to use those funds to do that. And so, and similar to Pod Foods, this was founded by an entrepreneur that was in the financial services industry. He found it incredibly hard to do this himself, to use his 401k to invest in alternatives, and he decided to solve the problem for everyone. And so as a result of that, he created Alto. One of the things we try to do is we try to look, once we get involved in a company, like in Pod Foods case, we also look for analogs across to other industries. So in the animal space, maybe there's something very similar or analogous to what they're doing. And I come with somewhat of an informed, opinion on what might or might not work in some of the issues. And what I would want to do is understand what are the specific nuances of your industry that I need to be aware of, where software can play a role, or perhaps be still be inhibited in some way, given whatever natural barriers exist in your space. So anyway, I'll stop there and let you keep going, Umair.
No, thanks, Clint. And so we're coming up on getting questions from the audience. I already see questions in the chat window, so feel free to add more questions, and I'll read them out to our keynote speakers here as well. And then I have a few other questions for both Clint and Danny, but they can wait. A quick reply from both of you. Do your funds do you fund companies based on just ideas, or do you look for evidence of traction and working, and success, considerable success based before you actually fund them? So maybe Clint, you can say a few words.
Sure. I'll let Danny, who's far more expert than I am in the digital animal space, comment specifics there. But one of the issues that I find in your space as well as others is that everything you're doing sounds amazing. So, I mean, every idea, I'm sure, has a foundation of true value because of the conviction that caused you to create your company to solve perhaps a big problem in the industry. So ideas themselves are fantastic. They are absolutely a prerequisite to, get funding. We'd like to see some, established traction with customers, or at least existence proof that your value proposition is easily sellable to constituents in your industry. It's more than just having a great technology or something that actually works, because you all know, in Danny's example of farmers or farms of the future, these people work really hard and they're busy all the time. And so if you as a technology vendor show up at a farm, you better be crisp in your value proposition to get their attention and make sure they understand how easy it is for them to embrace your solution. And then you have to be able to have a product that can sell to all farmers, and so make it a super efficient process. But that's essentially what we look for, but we do look for far more than just an idea.
Danny?
Maybe I'll build on Clint's points there. It's similar for us. I mean, we don't invest in just ideas. And it goes back to what I said earlier, is that there's so many solutions out there trying to work with farmers. We need something that has a bit of a track record there. And it doesn't have to be, long years of traction. I mean, traction comes in various forms, even things like IP, pilots, initial customers, letters of intent. These all add to the overall picture that we're seeing when we're considering a company. But just an idea on its own, no, we wouldn't invest. I mean, there's just so many. There's just so many out there that we and a big thing is there's a lot of technologists who are focusing on agriculture, see that as a big opportunity, but they don't understand the needs of farmers, like I touched on earlier. So we want to see a little bit of work that's gone into that to say, hey, this is solving a big problem for farmers. I've validated that. Here's the customers I've talked to, and here's letters of intent or initial sales or trials, whatever it might be. So that's what we look for.
So, Danny, given for example, Circuit we'll be seeing in the startup showcase in shortly, a couple hours later. What stage did you meet them at? What impressed you, and kind of, what was the thinking behind your decision to invest?
Yeah, good question. Well, it's actually before my time that we made that investment, but I can tell you that we were super impressed by the founders, number one, and that's always the most important factor when we look at founder, or when we look at a company to invest in. It's the team first, and this team have been working on the problems for a number of years, on this problem for a number of years. The CEO in particular has a really rare mix of growing up from a farming background and then going into the technology space. So perfectly positioned to tackle this problem, had assembled a great team around him. And over the course of our accelerator program, over the 3 months, they performed really well. It really took advantage of all the introductions we made. We have a network of about 40 corporates who are working with on a day-to-day basis, who are looking to work with startups. We made introductions, they really took advantage of them, followed up quickly. So, that all these points gave us confidence to invest more in this company. They're also going after a huge market, and the market, their initial market, Christoph will be able to explain better than me, but their initial market of swine, they've perfected the product there, but it can also be used in more animals as well. So this market can only get bigger, and their technology can be applied there. So we see the vision, they communicated it well, and we had a really good relationship with them from the early days. So that's a bit of light. I can't tell you the initial decision because it wasn't my decision to make, but there you go.
You clearly are big fans of theirs, so I'm glad that you're not one of the judges on the startup showcase.
A little bit biased, perhaps.
And Danielle asks, does company culture factor into your decision to invest? So, I mean, obviously, springs from that, but your thoughts on, company culture. Clint, why don't you take this?
Well, yeah, it's really important for companies to establish their own culture. You never know what's going to come at you as a startup entrepreneur and a team. Case in point, the last couple of years, I think, is an unprecedented curveball, if you will. What I found was fascinating is that we've seen such dramatic change in our work configuration. Now we're all working remotely and in distributed fashion. Many of our companies, it didn't even seem like they skipped a beat. They were already ready to embrace the nature of distributed work, and I think creating a culture so that those folks that are perhaps remotely located or not necessarily connected directly to the founding teams on a day-to-day basis felt connected in a way that allowed them to participate in that culture. It is a big deal, and I think it's really up to the founders and the leaders of the company to establish that.
Good. Danny, any thoughts to add?
Yeah, just briefly, it's important as that company goes from, a couple of guys in a garage to actually scaling, because, the first few employees that they take on are so important for continuing that culture. And we're working with companies at that inflection point where it's a few people on the team, early stages, and, the culture doesn't need to be, fully thought out, but you want to have a clear idea of how they want to build this company, the types of people they want to take on, and how they want to run their company, because, that's going to be a key element to them attracting the best talent and scaling quickly. So it's absolutely, 100% important. And it'd be difficult to decipher at the early stages. But again, that's why looking at the founders is so important, because typically surround themselves with similar people. So that's a good indication.
Well said. Yeah. So I guess the question around, does it matter? And Danny, I'll take it with you first. Of course, your accelerator would take teams and entrepreneurs from all over the world. But today, does it matter if the team is, right there in EMEA with you, or Clint right there next to you in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, I guess for me, for the organization, we used to have our full team based in Silicon Valley, pre-COVID, all in an office together every day. Again, this is before I joined, but over the past 18 months, whatever it's been, our team has expanded. We're in Canada, in Calgary, in Toronto, in Chicago, in Dublin, where I am, in London. So we're all over, the world now. So in essence, it's worked really well. And we've talked about this as a team. It's worked really well. It's given us exposure to new markets and learnings from what's happening in those local markets that we can bring to the rest of the team. There's obviously some trade-offs in terms of time difference is the biggest one for me. I'm doing this call in the dark, and I tend to do a lot of calls in the dark as the evenings get late here and people are waking up in California. So there's a few trade-offs here and there. But I think, one of the key things for us is actually, I was in California 2 weeks ago, meeting the team as travel opened up to the US. A key thing is meeting up more regularly, getting the team together for offsites and for events, etc., to build that, team bonding or whatever the word is for that. That's important, I would say.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add.
So then that applies to startup to invest in. Sorry, Danny, I was just mentioning that from your example of how SVG works, that applies to the startups as well, right? So you aren't necessarily biased towards startups having all their eggs in one.
No, absolutely.
So to speak.
No, absolutely. We're open to investing in distributed teams, and we've invested all around the world, as I mentioned anyway. So it's, we're no strangers to distributed teams for sure.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add, Umair, that we also do not have a geographic prerequisite on investment into companies. If you asked me this 10 years ago, I would have said absolutely everybody needs to be sort of within a car drive or a short plane ride away. And now we have our companies are distributed around right now, I would say around the North American continent. We haven't done anything outside of North America, but I'll say yet, because I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to get involved with companies beyond those borders as teams become more and more distributed.
And even the companies that are there in North America for you, Clint, they could have resources and teams and development teams all over the world.
Absolutely. In fact, I'd say maybe 20 or 30% of our companies have established locations outside of North America. Either the Pod Foods example that I mentioned earlier, their innovation team is based in Vietnam. I have another company whose team is based in India. I have another company whose team is based in Poland. So it really is up to the entrepreneur to figure that out.
Fantastic. Ricardo asks a good question that ties in with what you were talking about, Clint. Like, work, what's the future of work for the VC community, right? How does it become more accessible to sort of diversity of founders? I think generally speaking, the work for VCs is already here. I think you mentioned, right, 10 years back, for one thing, you were on the buy side, and now the world has changed. You're more on the sell side almost, right? Like the dynamics between entrepreneur and investors have changed a bit. Diversity, geographies. Talk a little bit about how things are changing and how it'll change for the venture community.
Yeah, actually, it's a great question, because there's so many things going on in the investment industry that I think would hopefully lend itself to greater accessibility to a greater number of entrepreneurs. Firstly, we're going from like having hundreds of investment entities to thousands of investment entities. I mean, I like to say that we invest in seed, but really that's the round between, Uncle Louie and Benchmark. I mean, it's like a giant wide chasm filled by investors. So there's absolutely more choice today than there used to be. And then secondly is that we ourselves have become a distributed team. We gave up our office when COVID hit. Actually, one of our colleagues we sent home to New York. We now have a bi-coastal presence, and we can hopefully, see more companies as a result of that. And we're working very hard. This is a very it's a deeper subject of discussion, which takes longer, but it's really important that we try to open the gates so that entrepreneurs from all walks have an opportunity to be heard. I would say that at the end of the day, you need to adhere to some of the key principles of being a compelling investment opportunity, but we do need to open the gates up so that we can see and hear from more entrepreneurs out there. I think we're at best work in progress right now. We have a long way to go, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that.
Very cool. Danny, your thoughts on kind of, ensuring more diversity, women entrepreneurs, colors, and so on and so forth. How do you see that evolving? Where is it now? Are you optimistic about where it's going in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very optimistic about the future. We bring in a female founder award to all the challenges that we do to really encourage female founders and highlight the innovation that's happening there. Again, we'd like to see more applications from women. We don't typically, it's about under 20%, I would say, in terms of our total applications to our accelerators. We'd like to see more. In terms of the future of the VC, which could touch on this, is we were niche 10 years ago investing in agri-food tech. It was a kind of esoteric subject at the time, whereas now the funding in the space has exploded. And it's almost going a bit more granular, where there's animal health VCs or there's alternative protein VCs, for example, who are going into those areas. And I think that's an opportunity for any founder, no matter what their race, color, gender, whatever demographics, as long as they're an expert in that field and they're building an amazing product in that field, the best investors in that space will recognize them. So I think things will become a bit more open, or a bit more accessible for founders, no matter where they come from. The other thing I would say is COVID has shown us that, like Clint mentioned earlier, you don't have to be within a car ride anymore. You can invest internationally. If you're taking a Zoom call, you can take it with somebody anywhere around the world. And if the opportunity is big enough and the founder is qualified enough, as long as there's legal structures, etc., that investment can happen. So definitely optimistic about the future, and who knows what Web3 and DAOs and these things will create. But ask us again in 3 months, we could be in a whole different world with that stuff,
There you go. Well, it's time for our next session in the panel that Imran will be moderating. But I just wanted a final word of advice from both of you for our entrepreneurs, especially for our entrepreneurs tackling sort of the ag and animal industry. Quick 30 seconds from both of you. Danny and then Clint.
Yeah, thanks, Umair. It's been a pleasure. And the one thing I'd say, and I've touched on this, is really understand what farmers are looking for, understand their challenges, their margins, and what's keeping them up at night. And then craft your solution and make sure it's solving one of their core problems. That's the number one thing I'd say. And then be open to it, taking advice as well from everyone you meet. Try to meet as many people as you can and get people to tear down your product and give you good advice and listen to it. And that's what I'd say from me anyway, but thanks again for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, I would say, as an entrepreneur that is in a vertical domain like animal health, know that you can actually customize your presentation to the investor based on their familiarity with the space. So Danny, for example, may be an expert in one particular area of animal health, whereas I might be much more of a generalist approaching this opportunity. So you can cater your presentation to the audience and try to understand their level of familiarity. The one thing that I think, I'll speak for Danny as well, I think we're both expert on is we see so many different companies. We know, or at least we develop our own conviction on what is a compelling company. So you then have to translate this value proposition that may be steeped in deep technical, nuances, but you have to be able to explain why this is a compelling opportunity. Because at the end of the day, I like to tell people that, the best technology doesn't guarantee that you win, but if you have the most customers, you always win 100% of the time. And thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Clint, on those words. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Clint. It's a pleasure talking to both of you, and it's over to Imran and his amazing speakers. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you, Umair. Great session, Clint and Danny. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know we have both the coasts, Middle America also represented, and also some international. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay? Yep, okay, I will introduce my panel soon, but I just wanted to give a little context on today's panel. I'm excited about it. I have an eclectic group of panelists with me. Quick background about myself. So I've been involved with the Digital Animal Summit since the inception, along with Umair. My previous background was at Zoetis and at a large logistics company, CMA, where actually Charlie is part of now. And specifically, currently, I run a company called Sabii Digital, which is focused on digital venturing. So on to the topic. Supply chain is a word that's been used more so recently than it has been in the past. If you look at venture activity in the whole supply chain area, you will see a lot of it. Danny mentioned that the ag space blew up recently in the last 5 to 10 years. Similarly, I think the vocabulary of individuals over the last 5-6 years has changed in terms of investment, entrepreneurs, everybody's trying to solve the problem, which is a good thing. At the same time, over the last 2 years, particularly, we've seen demand and supply mismatch. And what does that mean? So prior to the pandemic, your personal experiences of a supply demand mismatch might be where you've gone to a concert, you've been smart and you don't want to drive, you had a really good time, or maybe a sports event, and you come out and just like all the other 50,000 people, you want an Uber, and you're clicking and there's surge pricing and it waits, an hour, you don't know which one you have. So, that's the experience you had before the pandemic. Then during the pandemic, which we're still part of, we've gone to restaurants, we're trying to support our local businesses, and there's been huge wait lines. The servers aren't there. We've been frustrated as individuals. So there's a consumer aspect of our expectations not being met based on resource shortages and other things that we'll talk about in this panel. And then finally, from a company perspective, what are companies going to do? Small, medium businesses, whether it's a veterinarian clinic, large producers, for example, that help us support animal health. We have somebody representing Cargill. So with that context, I will introduce you to my panelists. The way we'll set this up is I want them to share a little bit about themselves, what they're doing right now, also why are they doing what they're doing, what's their passion, and how they came to that journey. So I'll introduce each one, they'll share their journeys. Then we'll try to frame the problem as to this whole supply demand challenge and what are we in the midst of, some examples, some use cases. Most importantly, we'll get into how companies are solving these challenges, what they're doing for now. And then finally, we'll wrap up with what we get ideas and motivation and guidance from these panelists to what we should be doing in the future. How should we as a company be prepared to win in the future when these disruptions happen? So the 3 panelists I have, the first is Charlie Dihoni. Charlie, I knew each other earlier this year. Charlie is currently leading ZEBOX. He'll tell you about his background. So Charlie, over to you. Thank you so much for joining us. One thing, by the way, so we purposely chose these panelists. Not everybody is in the animal space, but we chose somebody like Charlie, who is an expert in the logistics, transportation, and shipping space. And as we get to the other panelists, I'll give you their background. Charlie, lovely to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I've learned a lot already in the first session that I just listened into, but my background is coming up on 20 years in supply chain and logistics. So when I first got out of college in 2003, eBay and Amazon were just becoming household names. I happened to go to work for an overnight shipping company. And based on the trends and the trajectory of the e-commerce industry, I've really spent the last 20 years right at the intersection of transportation and technology. So I became an entrepreneur at a young age, built and sold a couple of companies in my late 20s, early 30s. And then I got bit by the startup bug. In 2012, I rode in an Uber for the first time. And I was spellbound with how that was going to change transportation and logistics. And so in the course of the last 10 years, I've played a number of roles in the logistics technology startup ecosystem, ranging from early stage employee, growth leader, co-founder, marriage counselor, janitor. And over the last few years, I've spent quite a bit of time doing angel investing. That's become my passion project as I've been running companies in logistics and supply chain in the private equity backed kind of realm. I've been able to dedicate some time and personal resources back into the startup ecosystem. So I met Imran through a founder that he and I supported separately. And we were connected because CMA CGM, which is the third largest steamship company in the world, they're the guys with all the boats stuck out in the ports right now. They were looking to build a global innovation ecosystem around supply chain and logistics technology. And I was selected based on Imran's recommendation. Thank you again, sir. As the general manager and the leader of ZEBOX America. So that project was actually an idea of Rodolphe Sade, who's the chairman of CMA CGM, who saw his father build this massive global company. And as he took it over in his adult years, he realized that innovation is very difficult. And large companies who are successful at innovating generally do those things outside. So CMA CGM founded ZEBOX as a multi-corporate accelerator to focus on supply chain and logistics technology. And we work with about a dozen companies globally. These are large enterprise companies in addition to CMA CGM and their other trade partners. And we work with them to define problems that innovation and supply chain technology can drive change in their business. And then we work with the startup ecosystem to match make and find solutions to the problems of the large corporate partners. So that's what I've been doing, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Charlie. That was great. Next up on my panel is Phil Harris. So Phil and I actually only recently met as part of getting somebody with his background on this panel. And I'll tell you a funny story because Abdullah gave me his contact information and we had some common individuals that we knew. So I reached out to him. I actually missed my original call with him because I had a fire to fight with a client. So he sends me a text and was like, what's happening? So anyway, I got on the phone. We were chatting and I said, I just rushed out of work. I'm so sorry I missed your call. And then finally, we started talking about where you're located. And I told him I'm in the New York, New Jersey area. He's like, oh, that's interesting. So am I. And then we talked about where we worked. And he said, oh, downtown New York. And I said, oh, so do I. It turns out our office is on the same floor at WeWork. So, you know, there's some karma here. So hopefully we'll connect in person as well. So Phil actually is the founder of Ripe.io. I'll invite him to talk about his business, what he's doing, and how he got here, and his passion. Phil, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Imran. That was definitely a funny story. I've told that one a few times since. But I appreciate the opportunity to be with everyone today. So my name is Phil Harris. I'm with Ripe.io. And, you know, my background actually is not in food. I spent 25 plus years in financial technology, working across the financial services and capital markets arena in digitizing many different asset classes, ranging from gold, stocks, bonds, equities, and currencies. And I became, you know, a student of all of these new emerging technologies, ranging from blockchain, IoT, machine learning, and IoT. And I wanted to find a more kind of meaningful application of these technologies. And after some discussions with, you know, some of my kind of co-founders and in a circle, we found our way to the food and ag system, and, you know, realized that, you know, food had not really gone through its own digitization journey. And a lot of the, you know, let's say problems that manifest themselves across food and ag could be solved with, you know, digital transformation. So effectively at Ripe, we help our clients. Our clients range from governments, large industry association bodies, and CPGs, and everywhere in between, meet the growing challenges through traceability, quality, and sustainability workflows. And we do that across a broad selection of food items, you know, things like cocoa and sugar, limes and apples, but a pretty large, kind of subset of our portfolio surrounds around animal protein. And, in the previous panel, there was some comments about, sustainability. Well, if you're in the animal protein category, sustainability is an unavoidable category, whether you're talking about, housing, feed, or medicine related activities. And I'm delighted to be here to share any of my experiences and knowledge to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phil. Last is a friend of mine, Rodrigo Carranza. I know Rodrigo for the last, I would say, since probably 2009 or 10. We were colleagues at Pfizer together, then at Zoetis together, and we've been in touch since then. So Rodrigo is actually a marketing leader in the Cargill Digital Solutions Group. And his specialization has been in the large animal space, but he's done both large and small in his past. So Rodrigo, thanks for being here. Welcome to the panel. If you could share a little bit about yourself, what you're doing now, how you got here, and we would love to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great. Thanks, Imran. Thanks for the invite. Yeah, great to be here. As Imran said, I've worked most of my career in the food animal space. I am originally from South America, from Bolivia. And ever since I came to the U.S. To UC Davis to start studies in animal science, I've been in the beef and dairy industry, passionate about the food that we produce and how we take care of our planet while we do that. And that's what's been driving me all along, and really trying to solve some of the problems that our customers, the producers, have in that effort, to produce sustainable and safe food supply for our world. During my career, both in sales, technical sales, in the field, working side by side with producers, where I live now in Idaho, as well as California. I did the work there with dairy and beef producers, so know the work that they do on a day-to-day basis pretty well, and always respect that greatly. I had the opportunity to then go to New York, to where Pfizer was headquartered then, and had opportunity to work in marketing there. I've worked in marketing with Boehringer Ingelheim as well, globally, also on the ruminant side. And now I have the opportunity to be with Cargill, and I had fiddled with digital in most of those roles in marketing and sales, a lot of data analytics and trying to bring a lot of the data, as it was discussed earlier. Back then there was a lot less data than there is now. Obviously the amount of data is growing every day with sensors and the interconnectiveness of all the sensors and on-farm and off-farm data sources, but really trying to make sense of it all for producers. So worked a lot on that, both at Pfizer, with some work that they had that the organization had done to bring in data and turn it into information and turn it into action on farms. Worked on digital tools as well at Boehringer Ingelheim, and always as a part-time thing, right? But now I have the opportunity with Cargill to dedicate 100% to that on a global basis, and it's very exciting because we get to work with fantastic startups like the ones that are here on the panels today. It's exciting to hear their energy and their innovation that they're bringing to an industry, as was also mentioned earlier, that's probably a little bit behind in the digitization era. But excited to share a little bit of some of my experiences and learn from everybody else here.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. So what we'll do is we want to paint the picture of the challenges we're having, why we're having it, and then get into the solve. I think we'll start with the macro side. So Charlie, I'll ask you to paint the picture around global trade, container ships. You mentioned a lot of the ships are stuck. There's supply chain disruption. Paint the picture for us, for individuals who are maybe slightly familiar with it, so they can understand the large macro things that are happening. Are people hoarding things? Is it just a matter of excess demand? What's going on?
Thank you. Yeah, having spent the last 19 years in the space, you become like a de facto expert. But the great thing is, over the last 6 months, everybody in the world has become a supply chain expert. So everybody on the call probably has some really great suggestions, and certainly, the world's governments are stepping in and imposing some changes. But really, what we're dealing with is not, a COVID-related supply chain disruption, or an Ever Given getting stuck in the Suez Canal supply chain disruption, or really any one thing that's contributed to the situation that we're in. The situation that we're in has been something that's been brewing for many, many years, and some of the elements of COVID and the stops and start in the world's factories, and the fact that there was no products to bring into America, so thereby there was no ships coming to America, and all the containers were stuck in America and not taken back to Asia. Some of these types of disruptions have been exacerbated by COVID, but these were largely things that were building up over time and accelerated and exposed through COVID. But I thought there was an interesting sort of development that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks, since we're now in what's historically been known as peak season for American transportation from retailers, where they're keeping their stores stocked for Christmas and end of year. And this year we saw kind of a pullback on Black Friday type of activities over what we'd seen in 2019 and previous, leading up to COVID. So where the world might have you believe, because there are ships stuck out in the port, and the world may have you believe that the store shelves are bare and there's nothing to purchase. I was following a reporter this weekend on Twitter who was showing pictures from Walmart stores and other stores around the country with extremely full shelves. And the early economic data coming back from this shopping season is that folks are just not buying as much as they were expected to this year. And so what that tells us as consumers is the ebb and flow of the accessibility to products will really drive how much retailers can charge for those products and how much money consumers are willing to spend. So I think what we've seen is probably as bad as what we're ever going to see in terms of the global container shortage and the chassis shortage and the lack of access to products on store shelves. And certainly nobody will ever forget the idea that we couldn't buy toilet paper in peak pandemic times. But really, these things were all sort of an amalgamation of complex issues that were driven by certain stops and starts in different places across these complex global supply chains. So as we sit today, we're starting to see ocean freight rates and domestic trucking freight prices starting to normalize. And by normalize, I mean, we'll never go back to 2017, 2018 transportation prices that we saw before. I don't think the asset-based carriers on the ocean side or the trucking side are ever going to give up this price elasticity that they found. However, the competition in those industries is starting to normalize the pricing, and you're starting to see more fluid movement of the assets as carriers have now had a few months to reposition themselves and meet the demand and supply imbalance that we've seen recently. So where it feels like the sky is falling and the ports are being pushed to 24-hour operations, which may or may not support 24-hour trucking operations and warehouse operations and other elements that need to support that. I think the focus and the pushing is largely coming at a time when the problems are subsiding themselves as it is. So I think globally speaking, we may not be out of this certainly in 2022, but all of this energy and focus by 2023's time should represent a new level of normalcy in the global supply chain.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. That's positive. Excited to hear that from you. Phil, over the last few years, you've been focused around the around the food supply chain area. You talked about sustainability. Share with us a little bit, given the current demand supply challenges. Charlie painted a positive picture, which is great to hear from a macro perspective. Would love to hear your thoughts on how you see the problem, how you frame the problem, and what's going on in your space.
Yeah, sure. So look, I mean, my commentary is going to be less about supply chain shocks, pricing, and inventory challenges. I focus more on, let's say, the activity that goes beyond the 25-ton reefer container, right? So in that container is going to be pallets, and there are going to be boxes of stuff. And if we're talking, meat or other kind of related products, the work that we are focused on is all of the related transaction and data attributes that need to follow that particular item from origin through to destination. And so when you start to rip out a lot of the paper, which kind of slows down a lot of the process, if you things like customs declarations, affidavits, and so on, when you have these, let's say, digital copies, even uploading a PDF into a dashboard that you can view to tick the box of, yep, there's an invoice, yep, there's a purchase order, yep, there's a custom declarations, yep, here's some food safety, maybe lab analysis, to have all of that documentation in one visible window to tick all the boxes to move the product or the container to the next person in line, just accelerates something which still operates for the most part like it did in the 1950s. And so, yes, there's been unbelievable investment in the category. One of our investors is Maersk, the largest shipping company in the world. So look, they're kind of leading the charge for logistics digitization across all different industries. I think for us, the trick is really getting the data from the beginning of the supply chain, have it all in one spot, so that when an item does move through its kind of life cycle of the supply chain, that the specific data events, certifications, and any audit related attributes follow along with it, because that makes everything go a lot faster.
Awesome. Thanks, Phil. Rodrigo, coming down to the consumer and the engagement the consumer has, whether you're a pet owner, which has, that space has just exploded with individuals, getting puppies or kittens, etc., during the pandemic, or putting your hat on as a producer. Given the supply and demand challenges, given some of this disruption, what are some of what you have seen, both as from a consumer side across the different animal health spaces, but also from a Cargill perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see at least a lot of noise, right, about this blowing up of just amount of pets or just the amount of pets that are now in households and now going to veterinarians. And same thing we obviously see and on our pocket, if it affects our pocketbooks when we see the prices of especially beef, right, in the market. However, as much as was shared already, is it's actually more of a complex problem than it is just a COVID related situation, for example, right? Like, we know that the amount of capacity and processing capacity of beef had already gone down, right, from 2007 to 2019. The amount of head that gets harvested weekly had gone down considerably already, and we were already seeing labor issues, labor shortages, both on both sides, on the farm side, right, on the beef production and milk production side, pork and poultry as well. We've been having a labor issue for quite some time there. And in addition to that, then we also have labor issues in processing plants. So much like was commented earlier, the pandemic really just exacerbated things and probably accelerated things even further. But there was already a trend of some of these issues happening. So with that, it's something that we need to understand and know that it's not going to go completely away, and that we now, as we look at where we're going in the future, it seems to be normalizing some it looks like prices have peaked. It is a supply and demand market, mostly a commodity. So that is moving well in that direction. However, I think on the production side, as you say, what are we doing? What are we seeing? What is our companies like Cargill doing with customers? And this goes to what a lot of the companies should do is really work closely with and partner up with suppliers, right? So Cargill has during the pandemic partnered very closely with a lot of our major customers, such as McDonald's, for example, to make sure that there was as things shifted from restaurants to supermarkets or from dine-in to drive-through, simplifying building efficiencies and understanding the consumers' new demands, right? As we go through just drive-throughs, simplifying menus, being able to make sure that there is menus that are I would say, I guess, better suited for the drive-through and for efficiencies of transportation. Cargill has worked a lot with their customers that way, using digital tools as well that are being launched right now, which is getting immediate feedback from consumers on their experience going through drive-throughs with the menus, with what their preferences are, and providing that feedback back to the retail or the fast food provider in this case, right? And also, for major customers, redirecting supply to try to ensure that their supply, the demand that was coming, was able to be met by the supplies that they had, and that goes, from retail all the way to the farmers as well, and veterinary clinics, right? Is in this situation, I think it's taught us that we really need to find those key partners who are those partners in the business that you want to work with, and making sure that there are plans that you have ahead for how they're going to supply you, ways that you're going to find a supply of medication as well as services, in the case of farmers, services with their veterinarians, and going forward, making sure that there is a plan, knowing that this will continue to ebb and flow, and if there's ever another situation like this, God forbid, like a pandemic, that there are those plans in place, right? And then I would say on the pet side, I think there is an opportunity also to look at. Yes, there has been more adoption. There has been more pets that are definitely coming into the veterinary clinics. But we see that the veterinary clinics really, what's happened is that they are seeing some other issues that are compounding it, right? The turnover of labor, lower productivity that's come not necessarily by the employees, basically because they have to do clean out or they have to do curbside check-in and all those type of things. That's really what's bogging down the system, and not necessarily that there is a just blow up of number of pets that are coming to the clinic. I think there's some information like AVMA put out that it's anywhere between 4.5% to 6.5% increase of number of pets that are coming to the vet clinic year over year. So, which is a great trend, but it's not, obviously, there's not a blow up there. There's other things that are driving that. So I think that's where digital technology and driving efficiency has been really helping, and we can talk a little bit more about which those are here forward.
Great. Thank you, Rodrigo. That frames it up. Phil, you mentioned around sustainability, transparency, tracking around the food supply chain, but you also mentioned that getting data and getting enough data, the right data. Talk to us a little bit about your perspectives on digitization. What are the solutions that you've been working with? What you were seeing successful? Where are some of the gaps?
Yeah, sure thing. So it's kind of funny if I reframe the panel title, high demand, low supply, we could also throw that through the data argument. I could definitely attest that we are being asked for more and more data, but I think that a few years ago, I've only entered this category in the last 5, right? So you guys have had a lot of history, but 10, 15, 20 years ago, digital animal might have even been an oxymoron. Like, what are you talking about, right? What does that mean? So now you need a digital record of an animal to perform a ton of tasks. And so I want to give kind of 2 examples of where data is a basic requirement now. So you hear, well, I think a lot across, conferences like this, traceability is cute, but who's paying for it, right? Ultimately, are those costs going to be passed on through the consumer? In some cases, I think in premium products that already persists, but let's leave that for the time being. You've got growing regulatory demands, especially here in the US now, out of the FDA and the USDA. You have the smarter era of food safety, which is requiring for certain food items to have records produced within 24 hours. Now, the list is, I think, 17 or 18 ingredients. Animal protein are not on the list yet, but again, we think the list expands. But think about in California, there's regulation called Prop 12. And basically, it's a housing characterization, right? An animal has to be in the early part of its life has to live in a certain environment in order to be sold into the local Californian market. Well, now, there will be now rules and fines placed on actors that are not exhibiting or meeting those requirements by selling animal products into the market that don't meet the Californian kind of set of rules of the road. So now, now these are becoming demands. These aren't not nice to haves or marketing campaigns. And it's very much along the lines of now expanding that to antibiotic free, feed additives that might, kind of reduce belching and methane emissions in animals. So the efficiencies that you can get by having this kind of digital record of an animal that can kind of just transcend cost savings, good for the sustainability and good for the planet. But I think what we see, and one of the challenges from our perspective, is that the technology and the software is outpacing the language and the standards of these food categories. So you can't digitize information if it hasn't been organized in some fashion. We take that challenge on our shoulders every day, but man, it's a lot of work.
Thank you, Phil. Charlie, from a digital perspective, what are some of the trends that you're seeing, startups that you're bringing in, and what kind of problems are they solving using digital?
Well, I think just most broadly speaking, all three of us on the panel today, and certainly Imran with your career as well, we're all examples of a trend that you're seeing where the large incumbent companies, the large providers have the data and they have the operations that can benefit from the new technologies. And then there's also this appetite that's emerging for those large incumbents to work with these startups. So certainly, Phil's company is a great example of a product that is built to the large enterprise, and without, in absence of a ton of data, there's no value in what Ripe.io is offering. So, I was encouraged earlier when Rodrigo mentioned that in his role at Cargill, which is a behemoth in their industry, and certainly representative from a data aggregation perspective, would represent a tremendous amount of the industry's data. And to know that there's a role like his in place there, and there's an appetite on the corporate side to work with these startups to digitize these processes, to better aggregate and make sense of the data. I think broadly speaking, that's probably the most encouraging trend that we can all look at right now, is that the large corporates are looking for inspiration, they're looking for innovation, and they're going outside their four walls to do that. Now, I think there's a few product categories that are particularly interesting right now that are starting to span across a multitude of industries. And I think you're seeing some of these categories used and growing more pervasively. Certainly, the use of cameras to gather visual information, and then the use of machine learning on the back to train that information to make more informed suggestions and actions around that information. That's a technology category that you can almost not find a use case in any situation for that technology, because it's essentially it's the closest to the human brain that you're going to get, right, with your eyes, talking to a brain. So I think that's certainly a category that's very interesting and intriguing, and I think has a lot of applications for the folks on this call today. And then I think document ingestion, document digitization. Certainly we were hearing earlier about Ripe being the platform where you can append a document and you could put it in one place, and just by having it in one place, you're solving the majority of the data problem, which is making it accessible to the people who need it. And then, the next level of that, and I'm sure Ripe is doing some of this today, or will be, in the future, is taking the information from that document, putting it into a standard repository, normalizing that information and lining it up against, the other pieces of information that it's going to have an impact on, and using that information programmatically to make better decisions. So certainly at ZEBOX, our corporate partners are all, multi-billion-dollar global corporations that are taking in information and documents in multiple languages with multiple currencies. And most of them have large physical footprints offshore that are helping support a lot of these manual operations, particularly in the areas of operations and finance. So we're seeing a lot of companies really start to lean into not just digitizing their documents for digitization's sake, but really making sure that that information is flowing through to the proper databases that are interoperable with the other products and platforms that they're using to start to really create some meaningful automation in workflow. So, I think those are a few of the trends that I'm seeing, and I'm excited to hear, kind of what everybody else is working on.
Great, thanks, Charlie. Rodrigo, what are some of the examples that Cargill is doing from a digital perspective?
Yeah, so I shared a little bit of what we were doing, what our counterparts on that work on the retail side are doing. My side of the business, we work obviously on the animal nutrition end and working with food producers, with the beef, dairy, pork, poultry producers, and there are one big area that we are working on. Certainly, as was mentioned, we are working with computer vision, but we're all working in many other areas of really trying to get as real-time data.
I think we lost
as possible on a producer. We find we have a lot of discussion with the producers where there's a lot of time that they're spending on capturing the data and putting that data together, as was just mentioned, of aggregation and integration of the data. We are working with partners on better integration of this data, these different pieces of data that are disparate right now, and trying to put them together in one place, because producers are spending a lot of high dollar value time on some of their employees or themselves, just simply searching this data, aggregating it, putting it together, and trying to make sense of it all. So we're spending quite a bit of time there with a platform that we have that's called Dairy Intelligent, where we are continuing to evolve that, and that is a tool that's worldwide right now that we provide with dairy producers. We're also on when we're talking about this supply and demand topic, we're really working on some areas where we are helping our customers manage the inventory better, their feed inventory. As we all know, feed cost is upwards to 50, even 60% of cost of production in these operations. So it's paramount that they have a real feel of inventory and the inventory of their feed, when to order. And there's a lot of that we can do there with sensors. We're doing that with some partner companies on sensor technology that can help sense the amount of feed that's left, the usage and trends of usage of certain feed ingredients, and automatic ordering for them as well. That can help them manage some of these ebbs and flows that we are, especially now that we're seeing in supply chain. In addition to that, there's things within Cargill, our Cargill Nutrition Cloud, where we have data that can help also pick the right, it's called supplier selection, which is understanding not only from a delivery perspective and from a supply perspective, but also from a quality perspective and from a nutrient perspective, which suppliers are the optimal suppliers, and optimizing those suppliers. Furthermore, working around logistics of actual delivery of feed. That's an area that we're working on as well. So from the farm perspective, that is a few of the areas that Cargill is working on, or has products already in the market.
Wonderful. So I've been just getting notified that I didn't realize that we were pretty much out of time, but I do want to there are a couple of discussion points around data ownership. All of you echoed similar things. So I think the theme here is data. So I'll ask each one of you for a final word. And one question that Umair had asked, which I think is important: are larger companies, both from, for example, Phil, your perspective, Charlie and Rodrigo, from your large company perspective, is digital truly being embraced? Or is it, lip service? So we'll start the reverse this time. So Phil, we'll start with you, then Rodrigo, then Charlie. So just a word on what you see as true digitalization, as well as a final word on your perspective on this panel.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Look, I think the trend is pretty clear. It definitely moves slower than financial technology. The prior portion of my career. In fact, I did have to chuckle. I think a Series seed in ag tech is more like a B in fintech. Maybe I'll argue with the VCs about that later. But no, corporate actors are waking up. So as an example, one of our partners is Neogen, a competitor to Zoetis. We work with them in their genetics and food safety division, so we can actually help them model performance traits from breeding and embryo selection all the way through to the traits of the steak or the milk, as an example. So from where we sit, we get a ton of support, but it definitely doesn't move as fast as we would like.
Yeah, Charlie. Oh, Rodrigo, sorry, Rodrigo, go ahead. Charlie.
Yeah, no, I would just echo that. It definitely is slower than we would want, and we're not seeing the rate of adoption that we would like on in the animal health space. I think on the pet side, I think it's moving a little faster than on the production animal side. But I think this what we've all discussed here today with what the pandemic has brought. And that has accelerated or exacerbated some trends that we were already seeing. I think that is going to accelerate the adoption of, and we're seeing some acceleration in certain areas. So I think that's promising. I think what's really knowledgeable, and it was brought up, is it's interesting, is that our companies like ours, like a larger organization like Cargill, we realize that we cannot build this all ourselves, and I think the startups and the technology companies realize that perhaps they don't have the presence on farm to really handhold, that's what it takes on farm or on clinic, handhold the adoption process, but better collaboration, better strategic partnerships with those that have boots on the ground on the farm or are working with the vet clinics, with those that are bringing the innovation. That work together can really help, I think, accelerate the adoption curve.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Charlie, last word.
Yeah, I think the spirit of the business climate today is collaboration. There's top-down pressure from the board level and the public markets down on these executives to innovate. In the future, companies won't be known as tech companies or non-tech companies. You will either be a technology company or you will not be a company. So I truly do see the trends going in the direction towards companies looking for new innovative solutions. And this has been an example over the last 18, 24 months that you can innovate and you can roll with the punches and change with the times, or you frankly can just go away. And we've seen both of those things happen. And very interesting and joining the conversation today. Thanks so much for teaching me more about the animal health space.
Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Phil. It was a pleasure to have you on the panel, and hope, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. And you can still chat. Some of these colleagues might be there for a couple other sessions. If not, we can definitely connect you. And now, a few minutes late, so apologies. Next, I'm going to invite my friend, Hilary Jensen. Hilary is a pioneer in the overall digital space. She's passionate about the animal health space. So I'll let her introduce her panel and her topic. Over to you, Hilary.
Thanks, Imran. So I'd also say that Imran is the person who brought me on board for the Digital Animal Summit, so thank you. And I met him through one of our investors, who is Amy Coveney, who will be one of the judges later. So I was the founder of OBI, Digital Pet Health and Wellness. So this is a topic near and dear to my heart. And my background is all technology. So I worked for Google, Excited Home, LoopNet, and have my degree from Harvard and Stanford. But enough about me. We have an amazing panel today, and it's diverse in that we have 3 people from the large food animal industry, and then also one from companion animal. So I will let them introduce themselves. I've asked, and this is Umair's favorite thing, and now has become mine, for them to share one thing that is not on their LinkedIn profile. That's PG, of course. And and then we will go into what does a digital transformation mean? It sounds like, we were just talking about it. And when we talk about digital transformation, what kinds of data are you collecting and how? And then what do we think the timeline is to see short-term and long-term transformations? So Scott, if you don't mind starting, and then we'll go to the other panelist.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Scott Lyle. I head the Pet Insight Project at Kinship. Kinship is a rather new division of Mars Pet Care. I like to think of Kinship as the digital innovation and VC arm of Mars Pet Care. The Pet Insight team itself is comprised of veterinarians, data scientists, data engineers, and other technologists. And what we're doing is using AI to link changes in behavior for companion animals with changes in health. Prior to that, I was with Pfizer Zoetis. I see some colleagues on the line, which is great. I started out in Paris in a team called Business Innovation New Business, which interestingly enough was founded by Albert Bourla, who we see a lot of these days. And then I finished my career, I rolled out with Zoetis, the animal health division, when IPO in 2013. And with executive leadership, I set up the Center for Digital Innovation, which I ran out of London. And I reported into the CIO as my last stop before coming back to Mars, and I am now in California, back at home. One interesting thing, here we go, and it is PC, but it's kind of interesting as I think about it, is back in the 80s, some time ago, before there was digital and we used floppy disks and had DOS computers, I had a beachwear company.
Oh, wow.
Yep, we sponsored players on the pro circuit, volleyball, had 400 accounts, mostly surf shops, but eventually made our way into Nordstrom's and Macy's, things like that. And then the crash of '87 made some pretty big changes. But anyway, that's my unique contribution. I'll stop there.
That is a surprise. So I would never have guessed. That's awesome. Thank you, Scott. Dr. Ahmed, may I have you introduce yourself, please? Oh, you're on mute.
Hello, everyone. It's already late evening, so good evening from Dubai. I'm Dr. Sohail Ahmed. I'm the CEO of Arabian Farms Investment Company, and we are a group of poultry companies based out of Middle East, mostly in Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. We are one of the largest producers of eggs and chicken in the country, producing about 120 million eggs per annum and about 6 million chickens in Dubai. Dubai is more or less like UAE is like dependent on a lot of imports. Almost 95% of the food is imported into the country. Yet we survive being the premium producer in the country. We produce a lot of different kinds of eggs, omega, pasteurized eggs, and all that. So this is a farmer's perspective. I'm basically a veterinarian. And also like more than 31 years of experience purely in poultry sector, with 20 years in the Middle East and 10 years in India. I work for some of the largest companies and which have adopted technology in the last 15, 20 years. So I have a bit of experience, and that's what pushed me into adopting the ERP and then a few more softwares to manage our businesses in the last couple of years. And I would like to share my experience here in the platform. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you. Brad, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today, Umair and others. It's a great opportunity. So I'm Brad Coffer. I am the CIO at a company called Agri Beef. We are based in Boise, Idaho, in the United States. And we have, I guess what you'd say, we like to call an integrated supply chain. So we have from feed yards where we grow cattle and process cattle and sell product to customers, be it retail customers, food service customers. We also have an e-commerce outlet where we sell direct to consumers. I came to Agri Beef about a year and a half ago, a little less than that, but prior to that, I worked at IBM and did a lot of consulting. IBM's a big company, spent 19 years there. Was able to move around and do quite a number of different things, from software sales to consulting, hardware. I got into the hardware space a little bit as well. I have a supply chain background, so I was able to leverage that and put it to good use across a number of different industries, although not specifically in the animal health industry. So when I was talking to Agri Beef about coming on board, I had to remind them that I didn't have an animal health background, and they were like, "We've got plenty of people that know that. What we'd like you to help us with would be some of the technology. How do we become more of a digital enterprise and help us resolve some of those issues and get systems implemented and all that good things that CIOs do." So that's what landed me here. And then, so I guess one of the things maybe on my LinkedIn profile, but I was formerly on an aircraft, way back when I was a lot younger. I spent 3 years living on an aircraft carrier. And so got lots of different and unique experiences doing that on a day-to-day basis. Kind of fun watching aircraft land on a little 2-acre piece of plot. Great experience. I wouldn't trade it for the world. But happy to be here and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you. And Trevor, that leaves you.
Hey everyone, Trevor Gardner. I'm Vice President of Sense and Insight Operations here at Vytelle. For those who don't know who Vytelle is, we're a concatenation of what we call Baby Vytelle, which was originally our IVF, bovine IVF business, originated out of the US and now gone global, as well as our original GrowSafe product, which we've melded together under the parent name of Vytelle LLC. And so we're we call the integrated technology platform built specifically to accelerate genetic progress in cattle. And so I'm accountable in this role for the full digital transformation here at Vytelle, which includes things like the rebuilding and redesigning of our web UI, integration of all of our products under that web UI, rebuilding of our data lake and data warehousing infrastructure of the firm, and really to extend all of that with full service APIs and integration with a bunch of our key partners to gather and collect and transform all of our phenotypical data as well as our genomic data as well. And prior to this, I come with a mathematical and statistical background. And so I've always been pretty keen on data, very much, not just data itself, but the visualization of that data and the trends that the mathematics and statistics can bring, especially in arenas where data capture is often more subjective rather than objective. And so you get a little more fuzziness in your data, if you want to call it that. So in my career, I've sort of been filling that gap between what I call the hardcore technical development crews out there and product development, where really the central theme of it all is data, but the challenge is the expression of that data into what I call knowledge and wisdom, and that's kind of a key thing. So previously to this, I've held roles as managing directors at a bank. I've been president and vice president of plans for strategy and growth at a number of firms, and recently, prior to Vytelle, I was chief operating officer at TrustBix. TrustBix is a Canadian ag tech, food sustainability and traceability company. In fact, where I spent most of my time working with Cargill Canada and McDonald's Canada on their sustainable beef program, what they call the birth to burger program. Where today all Angus burgers and quarter pounder burgers at McDonald's are now sourced from a fully sustainable supply chain. So that's a little bit about me. And something interesting about myself, for those who are hockey fans, I'm Canadian, so I have to be a hockey fan, of course. I played a pretty good level hockey as a young guy. I played up the midget AAA team back as a first-year goaltender against kids that are 18. At that time, it was a pretty big deal. And I happened to be able to brush up against a pretty important guy, an old retired NHL coach, Ken Hitchcock. He was with the Dallas Stars, Philadelphia Flyers, the Blues, the Edmonton Oilers. And so Not directly underneath him, but I spent a fair enough time to be yelled at a couple of times at a few games from him. So I take pride in that, I suppose. That's a bit about me.
Thank you. And I feel like I should reciprocate since I asked everyone. For me, something that's not on my LinkedIn profile is I'm a 5th generation native Californian. So I'm very proud of that. But yes, my Irish ancestors came here and were goat farmers in the Bay Area. So I think we've addressed this to some extent, which is what does digital transformation mean to you in your specific industry? But how is your company collecting data and what's important for you to collect? We've talked about, I think people have said, this is a paradigm shift. This is not common for the poultry industry. It's not common for the cattle industry. And so perhaps set us up with why it isn't common, or is it becoming more common, and what you are actually tracking. Dr. Ahmed?
Yeah. Well, I was fortunate enough to, work with the pure lines, and some of you who know about how the pure lines are managed. Each individual bird is kept in a cage individually, and there are thousands of them. And we used to manage somewhere around roughly about 60,000 birds. And all the 60,000 birds are individually monitored. And each one of those birds from day one of their age until they reach 40 weeks of age, they are monitored. Monitored in the sense like the amount of feed they consume on a daily basis, the eggs they lay and the weight of the eggs and the shell strength of the eggs. All this data is collected in a massive way. I mean, piles and tons of data is collected. So that was an introduction, to data collection from my career. It was about 20 years back. And then that's when I realized that there's huge potential in collecting data, analyzing, and then using it for the benefit of, efficiency in managing the farms. Later on, I moved into the commercial aspects of the business, and then I see that a lot of companies, even the big ones, they don't have proper ERP to manage the business. This is quite common in the poultry industry. We are a mid-sized company, and then we are one of the pioneers, I should say, or early adopters of technology. And that's how it all started. When I started my career about 30 years back, the only gadgets which were there at the farm were as a thermometer and a weighing scale. And we come from that to, we have come quite far. Now, if you see, you're monitoring on a dynamic scale, oxygen levels, carbon dioxide, and then you're even monitoring ammonia levels in the house every second. So that's come a far way. I mean, we have come a far way.
Just a follow-up question to that. Has that, and I think it's probably an obvious answer, but how has it increased your yield, or has it for eggs, for example?
Yeah. See, there are many benefits of adopting technology. First of all, you can reduce the waste. There are a lot of waste, in the feed consumption, and the eggs which are produced, the breaking, breakages. So you wouldn't know if you don't collect the data properly. And then once you collect the data, you know the extent of, the saving you can make out of it. So in the last couple of years, we've been adopting this technology, and we adopted the ERP. We have saved quite a lot of money in that front. One of them is the waste. We have reduced the waste, and the second thing is the decision making. When you have the data, then your decisions are more factual.
Great, thank you. I just want to encourage our panelists. I chatted to you, but please feel free to unmute yourself and pipe in and make it more of a conversation. I don't want to have to cold call you all the time. And So Trevor, you just unmuted yourself. I'm sure your opinion is that it's very easy to get all this data and make it very clean.
Yeah, I wish that were probably true. I've only been in the ag space the last 3 years, and similar to other panelists before have said, in other industries, this is much easier to do. The Vytelle business has been for a number of years, so a couple of decades actually, been sort of leading the forefront in how to collect this very what I call fuzzy data out in the network. So we've got tons of sensing hardware out in the field. Our very specific focus is on ensuring, just like Dr. Ahmed, that we get the individual animal data set, not on mob, not in group, not in herd, but rather individual animal. And so we've been building phenotypes and fertility data for that long on individual animals. We're in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of animals across pretty much every breed you can think of we're in 21 countries around the world. And so it's super important that we have the sensors with the right level of resolution to grab the right amount of data, but that we also don't over resolution ourselves as well. So we have to derive that high resolution data into data sets that we can consume and then turn them into what I call knowledge. Data itself is almost moot. Capturing it's the hardest part. Capturing it cleanly and repeatedly is a challenge. But once you've got that data, it's moving up the DIKW stack, right? That data, information, knowledge, and wisdom stack. That's what I'm so most interested in. Information is great. Knowledge is awesome. It gives us the ability to be able to use it in some particular way for other clients. But wisdom to me is converting data into what a doctor does for us, which is give us recommendations. It says, you should be doing this for all the particular reasons. And so that's what really drives my goals for the company as well. So again, it's that, whether it's feed efficiency, whether it's water intake, weight gain, all these inputs to the bovine world that are so important to help derive out good genetics based upon feed efficiency, animal indexes, EPDs, EBVs, and then I heard earlier before around our GHG and methane expirations, right? How does that look like in this industry as well? So sensors are great. Collecting the data is awesome. Doing it cleanly and repeatedly is a challenge, but I think moving it up the value stack of information and data, knowledge, and then wisdom, I think is the key for me that I'm driving so much of that. And I'll just add one more item here is that we've been invested in algorithms, some statistical algorithms, some proprietary statistical algorithms, and now into some EMI and a little bit of AI work that we're doing as well to help improve not just what we're seeing in terms of the historical data by animal and by breed, but also how can we infer that information on a forecasting or predictability perspective, see things coming before they occur. So these are sort of key areas that we're really trying desperately to think about and think into. And so I'd love to hear what other folks are thinking on this space as well.
Yeah, may I jump in?
Please.
Please.
Yeah, Trevor, I love your comments. I mean, it's very interesting. So the Pet Insight team is a research team. We're really data scientists. We're underneath the hood trying to build new signs, track behaviors. Ultimately, how do we make this of clinical value? And with earlier intervention, where you get better treatment performance, margins open up, all of that stuff. So to me, it's almost as though our success is shifting from generating really important science to actually having people understand it, and then how do you communicate it? And that's been my hardest challenge. I found myself writing marketing copy, trying to help our communications team, how to express it, how do you sell those value points, and then ultimately, what's that commercial model look like? And so I'm curious to see how you've been doing. So is it the angle that you would empower the vet or reposition the vet to look like a profit center versus a cost center when he walks on a farm? Do you have to actually work with a farmer to become a solution provider and consultant? I mean, there's some fuzziness to, and I'm still wrestling with it. It's like a muddy windshield. I'm trying to see it, but I feel like I can barely see something ahead of me.
That's great.
I don't know if you have comments on that, Dr. Ahmed or Trevor or anyone else.
One thing I'll add and what we are trying to do. So I'm very big on sports analogies, right? And it's, if you want to get your team at a more high functioning level, let's focus on some of the fundamentals, right? So, you know, I want to drive our teams. What we want to do within our business is make data-driven decisions, right? So facts are a stubborn thing, and they reveal a lot to us. You know, so I think Danny in the panel, the first panel, talked about how, you know, too much data can be overwhelming. So we don't try to just flood the system with all the data. We get back to a point I think that Clint actually made, was that what's the problem you're trying to solve? And focus the area around getting the data around those specific problem areas so that we can see and understand and really kind of illuminate that problem to determine what we need to fix and how to go after that. I think the more data that we have, the more confident we can be in our decisions, and that's kind of what's generating a lot of the you know, AI in the space, and being able to build these algorithms that will kind of, you know, in an autonomous way help us become better. One thing I'll comment on is, as we're doing this data collection and we're kind of flooding the ecosystem with data, is I'm convinced that the innovation we're seeing in, you know, digital transformation is the innovation of technology and how we are more able to collect data, right? So RFID, radio frequency identification, there's sensors, there's GPS data is everywhere. We carry a GPS sensor around with us in our pockets. They're becoming much lower cost. You know, audio, there's audio and microphones that are actually out there listening for specific sounds, and then recording that data after that sound is made, be it it's a wake up phrase that you have with a device you may have in your home, or there's also microphones listening for sounds that means something bad is happening, and then recording data after that. You know, Charlie mentioned video and what we can do with that. So there's so much in the data collection aspect that it's becoming really helpful in helping us understand, again, if we can focus in on those problems. But then one of the challenges we have, and everyone's talking about it, is that, you know, we've got to have a way to cleanse that data. Unfortunately, I have enough experience to know that when you run into dirty data, or you spend most of your time trying to cleanse the data, make it a little bit more so that you can use it in between systems, standardizing that, and it's a challenge, I think, across all industries. I know in the medical industry, they're seeing it when they're trying to use AI, and it's something that we need to address. So I think those are some fundamentals in which we're trying to focus to really build up how we can make better decisions and run our business better.
Thanks. I did want to talk about the devices. And Scott, I know you have a specific association with Whistle, but Trevor, could you talk, I mean, what are the cows wearing? What, you know, is it the tags in their ear, or is it devices that are surrounding their feed area?
You know, it's an interesting question, because we're caught in that interesting paradigm of leverage what's in the market, so that we don't try to invent too much too fast, too quickly, and get no traction. So, you know, use of EID tags in ears is important. It's an easy win. It's already in the market for the most part. And so we leverage that all the time. And so all of our sensors are leveraging that EID tag to identify the animal individually, obviously. But it was said on earlier on that the use of image processing, right, is another very interesting technology that we're looking into. That goes beyond just, you know, weight measures and EID tags, but you know, I think it was just Brad had just said, like, there's so much technology that's just in the power of these days, right? It's amazing, and it sits in everybody's pocket. And so how do we bring data there first and foremost? And so, you know, simple sensors that work in all environments is the answer, and will always be the answer, as long as those sensors are ubiquitous in the market. And there are patches of it, and the bovine world still struggles in North America, especially in the US, around ensuring that all animals have EID tags. It's still a challenge, but it's coming for sure.
In the chickens business, if I may jump in the chickens business, we monitor temperature and humidity mostly, ammonia, And again, overwhelmed with data is again a big problem. It's a challenge. So we fine tune it. Like in those days, about 30 years back, we used to take temperature manually once in a day, probably. So now your systems can give you temperature every second as well, if you want to record it. But that's too much of data. So we take a midway, and then we start recording, let's say, in every half an hour, and then to find out the fluctuation in the temperatures, and then take decision basing on that. So that way we control influx of data into the system, number one. And it is definitely a very challenging initially, at least to move people from their comfort zone, and then to adopt a new technology or a new thing, which a new procedure or new policy to be implemented. But once the people start seeing the benefits of that, then it becomes quite smooth. I think initially about 3 to 6 months, once you start implementing this, you will face a lot of challenges, but afterwards it becomes quite smooth. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
One more comment I'll say. In the absence of hardcore sensors, what we've done is used a derivative of sensors and some mathematical algorithms to infer animal behavior, right? If you don't feed, if you don't drink, if you don't drink or feed often enough, if you don't, we can infer behavior by how the animals do and don't do things within the sensors and the algorithms we can provide. So, you can get crafty in using your data sets and the sensors you have, or the sensors that you don't have, and we often have high ability to predict based on that inference. We're quite amazed by what we can see without even having those sensors there.
Scott, that seems like the perfect setup for you. But just before that, I want to let everyone know that I am looking at the questions, and I'll ask one more question, and then we'll go to the questions that are in the chat. So Scott, talking about inferring behavior.
Yeah, so this is interesting. The way we're packaging our algorithms, and I'm going to try and drop it in and connect it to one of the questions or comments, is that we basically package them into what we call levels. The first, we use our deep learning architecture, where we're trying to very quickly and accurately understand, is that dog drinking, eating, scratching, drinking with diabetes, eating with dental disease, and we can start associating these with important disease categories we want to address. Level 2 is where we start looking at potentially population thresholds, where we can understand how that animal is measured against the population, against what a sick looks like. It could be done trending off its baseline. There's a number of different ways we kind of put this together, but it's a way to understand how is that animal doing. Now, level 3 is interesting. This is where we get multifactorial predictions, and we're trying to bring, let's say, scratching with licking for some pruritus or some dermatology problem, or it could be sleep disruption with drinking during those disruptions, and changes in activity during the day for cardiopulmonary insufficiency, and we can embellish these things. And then level 4 is external data. So it's ultimately going to be it's going to take a village to raise a child, so to speak. I'm looking for some good analogies here. And that's an opportunity for third-party technologies to help us build more complex or better predictions as we're collecting data. I know there's challenges with who gets on that data lake, and maybe there's ecosystem wars and all these things that seem to be merging next. But ultimately, this, I think, is where it's going. In the companion animal space, it's particularly interesting. And I'd be curious to get, if we're going to see this in the production animal, is that we're moving to this remote care, this connected pet model, which is really a subset of the connected home, where but it's a B to B to C model, where we are engaging the pet owner. We're trying to take objective data off that pet with some of these algorithms we just talked about, and then share those back with some care provider. It could be a pharmaceutical company, it could be an insurance company, but ultimately build an ecosystem where we're all collaborating along the continuum of care to shift from the focus or center of gravity from treatment to better prevention and wellness, where we're tapping down on the severity of these disease conditions. Where I think's happening in the companion animal space, or we have some things to look at in the human space, is you've got big tech now that are building out these verticals in human space, whether it's Apple, Google, or Amazon. Amazon now, as you know, they're wiring up the homes with Ring. They've got Halo, where you've got biometrics on your wrist. They've got Amazon Care telehealth, so they can tap you on your shoulder, say, hey, something's not right. With a click of a button, you're talking to some professional consultation. They've got Amazon Pharmacy. They can, right when you hang up, they can drop you medicine at your door. And then they can have Alexa in your home telling you, tapping you on the shoulder, hey, you forgot to take your medicine. But as you draw this out, and then you have AWS building out the infrastructure in the back end, where they're building this basically dynamic electronic health record, all this data going in there, they will forward and backward integrate into the chain, and they could easily pivot into animal health. So, is that a bellwether, a canary in the coal mine? How do we actually bring together important third-party technologies, as the big as well as the startups? How should all this basically congeal into something so that we don't let, frankly, guys in hoodies determine what a good outcome looks like?
Well, I might consider myself one of those guys in hoodies, or girls in hoodies, but I think it sets us up for a great question, which is the innovators who are on this call and they're potential entrepreneurs, or they're already out there. What is your advice for them? Meaning, do you partner with large companies in order to make sure that you are successfully creating digital transformation, or do you stay far away from them?
I can share an experience, I suppose, that hopefully will help. I've been part of enough acquisitions, either full or in part, or investments, where some great entrepreneurs with great products, great ideas, great energy fail for the same thing over and over again, is the inability to take advantage of what I call the network effect. And this is the ability to say, I can't do it all, and I'm going to grow exponentially. I'm going to need a team that can help do that. Now, whether that company's large or small, that's irrelevant for me. I think what's relevant for me is that as an entrepreneur, you have to find that energy and that releasing of your control to let the network that you have and others around you help you to build out your business. And so, especially transformation, even with us at Vytelle, we're actively looking for partners. We've got one with AWS and NVIDIA, for example. We've got others with Synomics out of the UK. We are actively, constantly looking for great partners with some great ideas. Sometimes they're early stage, sometimes they're late stage, but we're looking for those to help us be that much different in the market. So don't underestimate the network effect. And if you do it all yourself, the chances of you winning are very, very low.
Brad, we haven't heard from you for a while. Do you want to add something there?
Sure. Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with what Trevor said. I think it's really important to leverage those partnerships to create that kind of ecosystem that would solve the customer problem. Again, I'll kind of go back to not creating data for data's sake, that we are focused on specific areas that you can improve a business. So Scott was talking a lot about how you can monitor the animal, you can determine certain health or certain characteristics of that. I mean, it's big for our business to the health of the animal, and determining based on how they feed, to get to where Trevor was talking about a little bit, how they feed, how much water they're drinking, that they're in good health, all leads to greater grades and yields in our business, a better product. And it's really important for us to do well there. Those are areas that we need the innovation, and that we need the specific vendors out there to solve problems like that. So for me, I look at that as maybe a problem area, a specific point that people could focus on, and make sure that we are attacking the real problems that we're seeing within the industry.
That's great. Dr. Ahmed, anything you want to add? And you don't have to.
Yeah, a classic example is the Folio 3. Recently, we partnered with them. and we wanted a solution for our human resource management system, and then a customized solution rather, even though there were many plug and play, there were already existing systems in the market. We wanted something different. And then we partnered with Folio 3, and they have worked and done a great job by providing us a solution. Now the system is up and running since last couple of months at least, and we are very much satisfied with it. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's partnership between the users as well as the solution providers. Yeah.
So in the last 3 minutes, and thank you all panelists, this has been great. And I love that you're building on each other's points. We had talking about the future of digital transformation also relates to one of the questions, which is, and we'll stay on the positive side, I think, can you share one of the great successes or an aha moment that you may have had with the data collection and the digital transformation? And then is that stepwise, or in like 10 years, are we going to be able to talk to our dogs and talk to our cows? Where are we going? Trevor, do you have a start there?
Yeah, I guess I have a great example. This goes back a few years, but there was, in the early stages of the firm I was with, as an oil and gas company, digital transformation was actually, we were giving away data. We were giving the data away back to our customers. We were building all this great material, great hardware, great services, but giving away the data. And so we instead took that data, transformed it, which means we built a website. We transformed the data from raw to consumable. We built analytics around it as a service, and presented it in a way that was critical to the revenue side of the model for those customers. It was a revenue. The data we provided was actually a marker of revenue, and so when you're at the top line of the stack of a company, it always is helpful to measure those sort of things. So literally in under 18 months, we grew a business from $0 to about 45 million annually in recurring revenue. So I call it success for many reasons, not just from the customer's eyes and their ability to grab that data and be able to measure their revenue in near real time, but that the value to the company was remarkable. And that was, with 96% margins, I mean, it allowed us to spend an investment in other areas that we probably couldn't have done or done on our own in the past. And so it created a war chest that we could play with, and many other technical transformations we had over the number of years. So, and just to talk about the frustrating part, just very, very briefly, I think the frustrating part about it is along that path, it wasn't as easy as counting the money in the door. We had a lot of ups and downs, some failures in that transition, but we kept with it because we knew it was the right thing. So, the frustrating part is you will fail a little bit. You'll fail upwards, not downwards, but expect it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in very quickly. And so frustratingly, an ERP implementation is a hard thing. And especially if you go through certain waterfall or big bang approaches, something I will never do again. But it's interesting that that trouble to get us there got us to a point where we are already, and we still have to complete areas of that, but we are already collecting and seeing data through that is making us better. So it's going to be it's well worth the effort. We're starting already to see how that data is coming together and getting insights, again, kind of illuminating problems that we've not seen in the past, and it's already we're already starting to reap benefits. So it's definitely very rewarding experience.
That's awesome.
And Hillary, one last thing. I think what Brad said was dead on. Okay. Moving from waterfall to agile was the way we failed upwards. You'll have failures, but they're small and you can react quickly. And so I agree with them. I will never go back to a big behemoth waterfall project and expect good results. It's got to be agile or another term I call it for it is iterative waterfall. So smaller waterfall events can also be a way to go about it as well.
boy, can I relate to that. So I'll take one more minute from Sebastian, if I can, from Scott and Dr. Ahmed. Do you want to add something there in terms of successes or what you see in the future in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, definitely. The data will definitely help. Like one example I can give is like in Dubai, we have temperature fluctuations from 11 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. So these kind of fluctuations, when you are recording them and then you analyze them, you know exactly what's coming up for the birds in the next period. So that has helped us a lot in managing the birds over the couple of years now. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of benefit by collecting data, analyzing it, and then using it for your decision making.
And Scott?
Okay, I'll just go as fast as I can.
Take your time. I thought we were closer to time. We have like 3 more minutes, so.
Okay, so there's three pieces to this. How do you transition or you bring this technology and commercialize and actually get adoption? First thing that we did, well, we've done many things. One of the things that we did was we wrote a paper on the accuracy of our signs, so that, and peer reviewed, it's in, we use real world data, and we publish that in the journals Animals, if you're interested in reading that. But the point of it was like, look, if you're going to, as a veterinarian, rely on this data, you can be assured that you're making good judgments based upon that data. So that was one, we could take that concern off the table. The second thing we did was we pulled out scratch around dermatology, because derm is the second highest reason that a client will leave his vet, because it's a chronic problem, it's frustrating. And we went head to head with industry standard. Industry standard is the PVAS, this visual analog scale. What we were doing was taking objective data from the pet, and we could actually track the progression of the disease, where the PVAS wasn't so good at that. So we could prove that we're building a better mousetrap, which will make for better veterinary medicine. And then the last piece, what we're working on right now, and I hope to publish in the new year, is that if you alert a pet owner and tap them on the shoulder saying you need a veterinarian to check this out, can you change their behavior? And we're seeing that indeed we are increasing medicalization, from diagnostics to all kinds of different treatment. So I think what I'm trying to say is that digital and what we're trying to do from transformation is going to make it, and we have a way of actually making the world a better place with all these things that we're doing.
Well, on that note, I can't wait to make the world a better place. So thank you all to my panelists. And I will pass it over to Sebastian Lafon for the Startup Showcase.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. What a transition. It's a lot of information. It was an amazing series of panels. So thank you very much for all those insights. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know it's starting to be late for some of you, but it's an honor and pleasure to open again the 4th Digital Animals Health Digital Animal Summit Shark Tank session. So for context, my name is Sebastian Lafon, and I've been involved with the Digital Animal Summit since its inceptions with Umair and Imran. At that time, I was the global head of digital for Boehringer Ingelheim, and before that, Marial. I spent about 20 years in the animal health, working with many startups and solving problems with technology. Now I'm a business advisor, and I'm also tinkering in the angel investment in the animal health space. So before I'm going to make some introduction about who do we have today for this amazing high-speed, high-energy session. And I also will remind you about the rule of engagement, because it's a very high-speed session. So before we get there, I take this opportunity again to congratulate, encourage, and share our appreciation to all these startups. We do not say it enough, in my view. They are taking a lot of risk. They work 24/7, in my experience, and to solve really concrete pain points and continue to make this environment, as you say, a better place and reinvent the way we care for animals. So they deserve a big round of applause. They need our encouragement. And I'm being always very impressed by their tenacity, their creativity and passion. And that's the reason why I'm so excited to be engaged on their side now.
So today we have 4 CEOs, 2 pet startups, 2 large animal startups, or at least 2 pet more focused startups. In 2021, as we've seen today, and we talked about it in different settings, we have an unprecedented level of stress in the vet clinics with higher demand. We talked about like 4-6% increase in pet ownership, but beyond the pet ownership, I can say that the millennials are going more frequently to see their veterinarians. People have been able to observe more things from their pets, which has changed a little bit the patterns on the way they interact with veterinarians. So a high level of stress and also lower capacity. It's not only about supply chain and boats, but it's also employees and staffs, retention, quality of work. So I think a lot of things we talked today is very relevant. So those 2 pet startups in the pet space are helping to mitigate those challenges. So Jean-François, which will be the first startup, is representing Astu-Vet by Astu Corp, is the platform that really helped the veterinarians, and you'll see more from him. We'll have then Sebastian will present Digitization. It's a complete practice management system that integrates with what pet parents want, and it's not a small thing. On the production animal side, we have also 2 pet startups. So we discuss how animal welfare, sustainability, and gain of productivity as well, because of employee shortage as well, are key driver for the industry. And Mocha from One Cup AI will present her AI bot, Betsy, that is transforming the cattle industry. And Christophe from Circuit, which we hope is going to join soon, or he has joined now, will show some really interesting visual AI capabilities in the swine industry. So please help me to welcome also and thank our distinguished sharks. They are tough, but they are fair. And we can thank again Amy Coveney from Quake Capital. So thank you for coming back this year. Christine McCracken from Rabobank. Rabobank in the production animal has been doing some amazing work supporting a lot of companies, including startups. And of course, our esteemed colleague Adnan Lawai that has been here since the beginning with us from Mantos Fund. So with that, sorry for this long introduction. We're going to start with Jean-François, but Mocha, Sebastian, Christophe, are you ready for the sharks? So we have 5 minutes. Really? You have 5 minutes to convince them, convince the sharks that your startup has the most potential, highest impact, and is getting traction or have a great momentum to win this 2021 Startup Showcase. And I'm sorry, when I said 5 minutes, people know me. I really have to stop you. I'll make sure I have the timer on because it takes, usually it's very hard to control that 5 minutes. And then the sharks will have 3 minutes to ask questions. Again, we are not going to release the result of this of the winner directly in the session today. The shark will take time to assess and discuss. So we will release the winner on the social media very shortly. So with no further ado, Jean-François, the screen is yours. Let us know if you have any issue to connect.
Hi, it's okay. I hope you see my screen. So I will talk to you about Astu-Vet. So the problem we want to solve is vets needs to have information every day for them, as news, for their consultation, dosage, drug, products, clinic booklet, reminders, for their education, and also for the clients, as you said, but millennials and others, they want more about their vets and they want to understand things. If they don't, they will go on Google and it could be a problem. So how can a vet do this during the day in this daily practice in 3 clicks for free? There is no answers for now. What we have created is Astu-Vet. So it was created by vets. I'm a vet, and we have a vet in our team, digital specialist, and we have now 22 vets as investors, plus business angel from US and France, and specialists in our advisory board. As you see on the screen, I will explain you a little bit more. It's a global platform for vets. It's all in one, and it's totally free for them, but there is a business model. Because when we we solve the vet problem. We also solve animal health company problem. And a lot of you works in animal health company, and you know that it's difficult to have the vets coming to your website because there is hundreds of websites for them. So with our solution, you will see they can only pay monthly subscription to put their content services directly to contact the veterinarian, and they can also advertise. What we have is all devices solution free. It could be also, and we are doing this in France, a free intranet for GPO and clinic brands. Content for all users or just members or clients. That's why we call it an intranet. And it could be connected to all PMS. And I know that digital, we already talked about it, an external solution. As you see, there is a lot of digital solution now, and the vet are always saying, I have only one day, so help me. What we offer, it's in one place. Vets can get news. He can get tools to communicate with his clients. He can get information about products. All the product database is already in, and we are working on a new approach from FDA drugs, and all continual education. In one click, he can switch to a consultation mode. That's what we call a consultation mode. And as you see, we have access to a lot of content created directly by our partners and clients to be able to be shared directly during the consultation. If you show a video of a 3D knee or a tooth or everything, it's better for your clients and he doesn't understand well. And in one click, you can also send it to him. We also add a calculator. So the vets got just to select the drugs, active ingredient, he gets the species that is linked, just all the indication, and just have to put the weight of the animal to get exactly the dosage, and it will be very soon connected to the drug. So it's really more easy to know exactly what you have to put from what is in your hand. And also you have continual education. For that, you need to train, but it's difficult to go to every provider to select something. We have all in one place. And as you see, you can select, it could be on your phone or it could be on the screen, and you can have access to every content that is on the market. And this content is also linked. For example, if it's made by a company, it's linked to the product. So you can see content directly linked to the product. Why? Because in one place, you have everything about a product. You have the contacts, the videos, the brochure, tools for your clients, and link continual education, all in one place. So that's a very, very good thing for vets. That's why they like it. In France, after 4 months, we have 20% of the French can invite already registered. We have 35% of the vet student, 10% of the tech, because it's more difficult for them because we want this platform to be all closed. So they have to provide their ID and another thing around. We have already 9 companies as clients. So it is Vytelle, Siva, you know them. And this is only based on our marketing. We just send two things to the vet, one postcard and some stickers. And from there, we have those results, and we will have more soon because the reps from our clients will say directly in the clinic what they do. So we expect to go more deeper very soon. It's really something that it seems so simple that there is no platform. We all use Booking for traveling. We all use Uber, but the vet don't have any solution like this. So that's why we're creating this. It's launched in France, and it will be launched in the US at the beginning of next year. We have already duplicated the platform. And I'm exactly in 5 minutes.
This is amazing. It's exactly 5 minutes. So you have definitely another point, and the graphics are amazing. I like it. The last picture was fantastic. So the sharks, the screen is yours now. Feel free to go. Who wants to start for a question?
I'll start. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Thank you to Imran and Umair for inviting me. What is your pricing model? I didn't get a good sense of that. Like, who's paying for the products?
The animals company like the ETIS and others, they pay monthly fees. So they pay, for example, in France, it's 3,000 a month euro to have the ability to put their brochure and everything around their product. And they will also be able to advertise very soon. So they can just it's based on this. It's really based on all our business plan is based on 30 clients per country.
Okay. So is it, with the $3,000 a month fee, is that based on how many impressions, how many vets? So is that price going to go up, or is it just a flat fee and then the advertising is the variable price?
The idea is a flat fee, so everybody can get in. There is lower price for smaller company because they have less product. For example, you can compare Zoetis to a one product solution. And we will have advertising that will adjust the size of the company, because you will, like in Google, you will be able to buy keywords and things like that. So you will have a link to the keyword on the product that will be displayed.
Got it. And one more
arriving after.
Yeah, one more question. So with, let's take Zoetis, for instance, is that coming out of their marketing budget, or what budgets are you going after for this platform?
For now, we have two budgets. We have the digital budget or global budget. That's why the price is the main, the monthly fees are quite low. And after, advertising will come from marketing budget. So we are mixing the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Who wants Christine and then? Christine.
Yeah, I had a couple of quick questions. One, and I may have missed this, but is your intention to stick with small animal kind of vets or hospitals, or is it scalable into kind of production ag?
No, we focused all vets, but for now we have to admit that the first content coming from the company we have in, like Hills and others, it's mainly for small animals vets, but there is already some content for large animal. It's just because we know that during the time it will be more large, but at the beginning it's more on small animals. If you talk about scaling, the real scale we have in mind, it's, as you see, this is not existing for vets, but it's not existing for physicians.
Maybe one more minute for the questions.
Yeah, so what's your acquisition model? How do you acquire clients?
We acquire clients by two things. First, it's free for vets, so they can come directly. And the second thing we are working on now is to offer this global platform as an intranet for all brands of clinics or PGO. We have already connection with PGO in the US, and we have the same in France, so they can give content only for their members and clients, so they can display this content to the pet owners or to the farmer at the end. That's really where we go. By having more vets, we will have more companies. That's the link.
Maybe now, just sorry again, it's a tough exercise. So I'd like to introduce you to, thank you, Jean-Francois, great job, great presentation, great graphic. Thank you, the Shark, for the questions. Let me introduce you to Sebastian from Digitale. Sebastian, the screen is yours.
Hey everyone, thanks Sebastian. Amy, Christine, Adnan, great questions. Can't wait to hear yours after these 5 minutes. Let me share my screen. Enter full screen, great, awesome. So I'm Sebastian, co-founder of Digitale, where we're redesigning pet care for today's world. And I'll start first with a quick question. When was the last time you smiled when you heard PIMS or practice management systems? Yep, that was what I was thinking of. So, as you know, pets are becoming family members, and of course, 76% of millennials are pet parents. And why is this number important? Well, I'm a millennial, and we all know how much time we spend on our phones, on our gadgets, connected, that we always want answers yesterday, quick. We always want to be connected. We're always searching on Dr. Google, and we always get the wrong information. So the thing is that vets right now, with the current tools, it's really hard for them to offer the right type of communication to these type of clients. And as a result, there's a bigger gap widening between what they can offer with the tools and the ever-growing expectations of pet parents. And this just shows the underlying problem of the industry, where the vet industry hasn't yet really taken full advantage of the technology that is out there. And even worse, they're still using old systems that have been patched. When I say patch, I'm referring to add-ons, integrations, that they just add more time that you need to spend for each client. So instead of streamlining the operation, you actually need to now copy paste, use one system, use another system, and this adds more work. So what did we do? Well, we opened a new canvas and we've redesigned how a system should look like. And we've built an end-to-end system that actually is focused on the pet parent experience and on the vet experience. And on the left side, you see the PIMS for vets. And this is where they have everything they need to manage a practice. And of course, great integration. So Ask the Vet, looking forward to seeing you in the US. And everything you need to offer both practice management and client engagement. And on the right side, the app for the pet parents. So I won't go through all the features because you have everything you need. So from, again, patient management, calendar, online booking system, two-way chat, telemedicine, all in one place. But what's more interesting on the app side and what this opens the door to. So imagine that you finally can have personalized educational components for your specific pet based on your medical background without the vet needing to do 20 clicks to get that information to you. Imagine that you, when you go home, instead of getting an A4 paper with all the information that you need to go through and, oh, what do I need to do tomorrow? You actually get digested to-dos that you can fill in the app. And then all of that information goes back to the vet to know that you've complied and you've actually done what you were supposed to do. And of course, at your fingertips, you can directly chat and video call or book an appointment with your vet whenever you need to. The veterinary software market, of course, is growing super fast. But what's more important is the pet care market. And we believe that veterinarians are the main stakeholder of the ecosystem, and we need to help them first to digitize them and give them the tools, especially in the current environment where there's more demand than supply. And we're talking about overburning. But also, this gives us the chance to bring back a lot of the revenue that vets are currently losing to online retailers and bring it back to the clinic, and using the fact that they can use the app to target super specifically patients based on medical information, but also on behavior data for the pet parents. In terms of pricing, well, the system is cheaper than just the integrations that you currently pay for in a standard practice. We can talk about this again and maybe in the questions. And the business model is again B2B. It's for brick and mortar is $240 per vet per month. Plus, in case the clinic opts in to use our integration partners for payment processing, there's an additional revenue for that. And then on the marketplace model, the more we are able to help bring back that revenue to the vet, we can charge a commission for transactions. We've been growing super fast. There's more than almost 3,500 vets now worldwide using digital, and more than, I'm reaching hopefully soon by the end of the year, 1 million digital health cards. In terms of teams, we're a team of vets, pet parents, practice managers that we really want to open the door to a tech-enabled pet care. And in terms of funding, we raised at the beginning of the year from Google AI and a few other funds, $2.5 million, and we're looking for a Series A next year. In terms of Ask, any partners that are looking to improve the experience on the app side for the pet parents and to bring back the vet closer to the pet parent, that's what we're looking for. Thank you for.
Wow, this is impressive timing as well, management. I've never seen like 2 in a row, like right on 5 minutes. Amazing. So Christine, Amy, Adnan, the screen is yours for questions.
So, so you mentioned that your goal is 1.2 million ARR with your seed round. Where are you today?
You're on mute, Sebastian.
Yeah, my bad. So if you look at if you still see my slides, so 2.5 million was the goal of the seed round, and we're 80% there, so getting super close.
So sorry, so you have about 2 million ARR right now, roughly?
No, 1.2 million ARR is the goal for the seed round. So in other words, by Q2 next year, we should reach that target. At the moment, we're at 80% of that time.
Okay, so roughly about $800,000-900,000 ARR is
exactly. Yep.
Okay, that's impressive.
Any other questions?
Yeah, to be clear, this is US only at this point. Is your plan to expand beyond the domestic vet?
So it's a long history of how we ended up in this space. But as you see from the map, there's users all over, like worldwide. We initially started in Europe, but starting last year, we're US focused. So most of our customer success, customer support teams are in US. We're only keeping product in Europe because we have a pretty good advantage of hiring people in Romania. So all the tech and product team is over there. And also a great place to visit if anyone is interested. We can show you our offices.
Yeah, so Sebastian, what is your current acquisition model, and what channel partnerships are you looking at to help you scale faster?
Great question. So I didn't get the chance to actually go through that one. At the moment, we're mostly growing inbound and referrals. So our main strategy is making sure that customers are super, super happy so that they then talk in the community and refer to friends. So again, if anyone goes now on Capterra, you're going to see that we're one of the most highest rated softwares on that stage. And as we grow, of course, we want to open more acquisition channels through partnerships, distribution partners, and other streams.
Do you see pet insurance being a potential partnership? Like what are some of the things you're looking at?
Super helpful. You're going to see that in Q1 next year. We want to roll out our initial insurance marketplace platform on the app side. And we're looking for partners there that have an appetite for, one, building personalized insurance plans where you actually can take more data points, not just the breed and the age of the pet. And secondly, rewarding good behavior, similar to what you see with Hello Oscar in the States on the human side, doing similar to pet care.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, one more minute for a question.
Yeah, maybe last question. So can you give a breakdown of your ARR current as well as planned between vets using your system and the B2C model, which is more sort of products and insurance and so on?
Awesome. So at the moment, it's fully 100% SaaS, so B2B. So it's all coming from subscriptions. This will change quite heavily after Series A. When we start getting revenue streams from, again, placing insurance and other products in the app. So we're looking probably in the future, 4 years from now, to have a split 20% SaaS, the rest coming from the B2C model.
Nice. Okay, well, Sebastian, another amazing startup, really great job. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for the questions.
And the presentation. So now I'm going to turn it to Mocha with amazing AI rancher. So we are going to know more about One Cup AI. So are you connected, Mocha? I see the logo. The screen is yours.
There we are.
I know you. It's Mocha and team.
Yes.
So I'm going. So that's the start. Okay, screen is yours. Thank you, Mocha.
Thank you for having us. My name is Mocha Shmigelski. I'm the CEO of One Cup AI, where we use Betsy to manage your ranch over 1 cup of coffee in the morning.
Our AI is named Betsy for bovine expert tracking surveillance, and she's an AI based entirely on computer vision to monitor and track livestock.
We were founded in 2019. We're up to 12 members in our team and counting, and we've raised just a little over $1 million. We essentially use computer vision to identify livestock. We have Face ID for cows. With that ID, we then track health, growth, activity, nutrition, and phenotypes. So the problem is that most ranchers, they have a hard time finding highly skilled professionals to help them out on their ranch. Up to 50% of ranchers work off the farm, and they need eyes on the ground, especially during calving time, where they can be up several times in the night, out checking their animals to make sure that everything is going well. The industry is very traditional, and not much has changed in the way that they're doing things today than it was done 60 years ago.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey, and I'm the CTO and architect of Betsy. Betsy effectively is the eyes of the farmer. She can be on the ranch and see what the animals are doing with the skills and intelligence of a rancher without the rancher being there. And because she's based on computer vision and electronics and silicon, she can run 24/7, and she can run in any weather condition, and she can never take a break and never needs to text. She can basically do what a rancher does without the rancher being there. This is what Betsy actually looks like. She's a series of cameras. They can be our cameras or the cameras already installed at a ranch. And we run an AI pipeline that processes computer vision either at the edge or in the cloud. And by doing so, we can see what happens at a ranch, both with animals that are close and also animals that are far away. When we see an animal, our Betsy's secret skill or secret power is her ability to ID the animal. She does face ID for animals, and she does so with an incredible degree of accuracy. Once she has an animal ID'd, she then can identify what is going on with the animal. Her value proposition is across the board. She can track calving, determine lameness, build shipping manifests, track feed efficiency, and determine estrus mating and others. To the user, this is what they see, a beautiful interface both on mobile and on desktop. And she really is a platform that is broken into 5 categories. At one level, she tracks growth and health. On the other, activity and nutrition. And also she does phenotypes. She classifies phenotypes. And she does all of this, we stress, with only vision. When you combine this with Starlink, we have a solution that can be deployed worldwide.
The cattle market in Canada alone is comprised of roughly 50,000 ranches. And of those ranches, the smaller ranches are our target market with their off-site jobs where they want to be watching their animals when they aren't physically there.
Yes, there's a huge untapped market in ranching where a lot of ranchers are too small to actually be there full time. That is who we are addressing with this technology.
So just the small and medium ranchers alone are a roughly $10 million revenue source for us. Our business model is a SaaS-based model with a monthly fee of $95 minimum per month and a setup cost of $295. That includes all your hardware as well. So we're a full product solution at this point in time.
Our cash flow forecast is pretty straightforward. We have a set of customers that are ready to sign up now. We see a growth happening as we scale across Canada and across the world. We expect to be cash flow positive at this rate in roughly 1 year. And we are moving forward on this basis.
There's competitors in the market. Kinship and Cattle out of Ireland. There's Alpha Phenomics in Alberta, and then some herd management softwares that are all based on manual input. Our system is automated and does it all for you while you just get to the benefit of seeing what's going on at your ranch. We're raising 2.1 million US for a seed round at a $10 million valuation. And that's so that we can get our product really developed and out into the market, including marketing, sales, staff, and additional office needs. Thank you for listening, learning about Betsy, and we look forward to your questions.
Wow, 3 on 3. Bravo again. Thank you so much for this great timing and great presentation, exciting technology. So I'm going to turn it to our sharks.
Why should I believe that this stuff works? How well does it work, and why should I believe it?
Well, we can provide all the data that we have that shows you that it does work, and it works incredibly well. And likewise, we're doing several trials with Olds College and Lakeland College to independently validate our prediction skills and our ability to predict things like estrus, lameness, and other activities. So we will have an independent review done and papers published in the first 6 months of next year.
And are you currently in customers and pilots? Where are you now?
Yes, we are.
We have 20 beta sites on the ground in Canada, as well as just under 100 interested parties ready to sign up for our commercial product, which we're shipping out this week and next.
Which is why you see a wall of cameras behind us. Each site gets 5 cameras. And if you're curious, we are currently processing in the cloud on a daily basis about 25,000 videos.
Thank you.
And just real briefly, is there any particular reason you didn't look at dairy or any of the other species and focused on beef?
Oh, actually we have. Let me address that question right now. We're actually running this technology across a dozen species, everything from sheep to pigs to dairy to elk to bison to even goats. We're showing here cattle, but we have built this technology for several species, even dogs.
And then just, sorry, real quickly, just in terms of the scalability. It seems like you're focused on the smaller producers. I assume because of the difficulty in broadening that base of cameras. Is there any other limitation to moving to a larger scale?
No, we're focused on the smaller market at the outset, just because there is a shorter sales cycle. They're easier to get into while we're working on those bigger markets.
But we do have customers that are more than 200 animals, 200 to 1,000 that have asked to speak with us and are getting ready to set this up as well. And we're in discussions with several feedlots to do the same. With the feedlots, you do have a limitation of the Wi-Fi ability, but within reason, no, there's not really a limit. There's a lot of advances happening both with Starlink and with edge computing, where they're growing in leaps and bounds that allow us to process a huge amount of data both locally and in the cloud.
Interesting. Yeah, what are your COGS?
Roughly $1,500 Canadian to set up a ranch.
With edge compute, less than 1,000 if we do it without the edge compute. We amortize that hardware over 3 years. If we lease that hardware, we can do so at a 14% premium. We expect to recover about $500 in hardware costs per year. Our cost in the cloud, if you're curious, is around 10 to 20 bucks per customer per month, which gives us an operating margin of roughly 25 to 45 bucks per customer per month.
What percentage is that? What percentage margin?
It's rough. I'd have to work it out. I'm sorry, it's around 40%.
Okay. And with your raise, are you looking to do debt, equity? Is there any?
No, we do things very straightforward here. We do pure equity investments. We don't do any safes or things of that nature. We sell shares. We value the company at a pre-money of 10 US, and it's a straight equity. You buy Class C shares, just the same shares as everybody else. There's no dilution preferences we have set up. It's a very simple structure. We don't like complexity in our fundraising.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any last question, or we all good on the shark side? Good.
I'm assuming you don't have any custom hardware. This is all off-the-shelf hardware, right?
Absolutely. If it was custom hardware, it'd be too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
No, we use the least expensive hardware. We lower the cost of entry for our customers to increase traction. It's like basically buying a cable box or buying Netflix. We make the cost of entry as minimal as possible, reduce the risk for the customer, and maximize traction.
Ranchers are a little bit tech adverse in some of our locations that we've found, and the less barrier to try out our system, the better.
Makes sense.
Well, another very, very strong presentation. Thank you again for all the work behind it, the quality, and very impressive startup. So now I'd like to introduce you to Christophe. Christophe, are you here? I think I saw your name, but the name was not completely displayed. Yes, you are. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to start the timer. The screen is yours, Christophe. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks. Hope you see me, hear me. I also start my timer.
We see you.
Hope you all well. Great. So I will share my screen. You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Christophe. I'm the founder and CEO of Circuit. And as a fourth-generation agriculture family, I'm super excited to be here and talk about artificial intelligence in livestock management. When pig farming started in Mesopotamia, people used their eyes to monitor the pigs and detect illnesses. Today, we use the same technology. So due to this, there is a high mortality rate, 16%, unsustainable. There is no early sick detection. So global outbreaks like African swine fever going around, killing 1/4 of the total pig population in 2 years. And there is also low animal welfare, tail biting, cannibalism. The pigs bite each other, there is a wound, and through the wound, the bacteria goes into the animal and could kill it in 4 days. The only solution, extensive usage of antibiotics, is not sustainable anymore. Killing through resistant bacteria, 700,000 people every year. And in 2050, it's gonna kill more people than cancer. It's not only affect the meat, but through the manure and the water, directly affects the fruits, vegetables, and even the drinking lines. So we have to solve it locally. And here comes Circuit solution. We oversee the animals with standard security cameras. We send the footage to our servers, analyzed by artificial intelligence. If something is going wrong, a pig is drinking twice as normal, activity is going down, we alert the farmer, so the farmer can intervene the animal, change the ventilation system, no antibiotics needed. We can reduce mortality rate with 50%. We can stop outbreaks at the pen level, and we can optimize labor, sending the right person at the right time to the right place. Our accuracy is already reaching human eyes accuracy, which is 97.8%. But we are doing that 24/7 instead of the 1 second per day per animal. Our profit saving is $7 total saving per each pig, minus the software cost, which is a $2.7 per each pig, minus the hardware cost, which is a $1.3 per each pig, provided by our partners, Hikvision, T-Systems. They're not only able to set up the hardware any parts of the world, but they can also pre-finance it, so no barriers for the farmer. At the end, there is a $3 each pig profit saving, which is a 25% increase with their margin. Our total market is $5.12 billion per year. We have real clients, we have real market revenue. We have access to 40 clients, including 6 million pigs. And basically that's our bottom-up projection. Our go-to-market strategy involves 20% direct sales. We have a community sales, and basically that's for the farmers community, and 80% coming from revenue from feed companies who we are already partnered up and working for years. We have a winning team. We have computer vision experts from Volvo and NASA. We have PhD in animal sciences, also owner of a pig farm. And myself, I worked at Philips, I worked at Nutreco. I'm combining my agri and tech knowledge to create change. I also been an export manager, open up new businesses from Southeast Asia to the US. Our 5-year plan next year, it's commercialization. And then we want to take leading position in the European markets and then scale up through our partnership in the US and China, which is already happening. And we also want to scale it up for all animal species, which is a $500 billion market we are talking about. Break even in 2023, and we already partnered up with financial partners like the Rabobank or Startup Bootcamp, but we are also working with Silicon Valley Thrive SVG investor. That's not all. It's not only about the business. It's all about the environmental and social impact also. Reduction of 6% of the total antibiotic usage, reduction of the CO2, saving the animals inside in the farms, and also improving food and traceability inside in the production. We are looking for a $1.5 million round, which 500,000 is already committed and term sheets are available. At the end, I say, if you see the current livestock production sustainable, we cannot help you. But if you say, no, we need a 21st century solution, then Circuit is the right partner. Thank you very much.
Wow. Again, so congratulations. This one is like even 30 seconds earlier. So I cannot beat that, but a great presentation, very crisp. I think we can give that time back to the shark. So who wants to start?
Can you talk about your revenue traction so far? I thought I saw a number saying 20K per month, but you kind of whizzed by it. Can you tell me a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so it's the same as our go-to-market. Is 20% coming from big producers and integrators, like the biggest one in Spain or in Germany. So we are already in these markets, but also 80% is coming from feed companies, also leading. They are on our website. The biggest feed company in the world from Thailand or many others from Germany, Netherlands, and Eastern Europe.
So sorry, what's the feed company's incentive to sort of bring you in?
So the feed companies are in a price war and in the commodity market. So they are providing services to their farms. So they are our actual clients. And basically from the profit margin on the feed, they pay our services.
I'm curious why feed companies and not animal health companies. You know, we've talked a bit about kind of the benefits to early detection. Curious why you chose that route.
Because I worked for feed companies in the past, and I know how getting since the last 10 years very competitive. It's a commodity market. And they want to really lead with the services. So they are introducing a lot of services, and they also have the global sales force. So that's what the advantage which we see with feed companies.
And did you is that, do you need to do a lot of on-site training with the producers to kind of enable the technology or kind of optimize the software?
I can give you an example from Thailand. We never been there. We did everything with the safe connection. They introduced us to our partner. They set up the cameras, and we just basically installed the software with the safe connection in 4 days. And we did the online training, and that was it. Everything is built up and off the shelf.
Maybe one more question.
You mentioned US and China would be in 2024, but you mentioned that you already have a little bit of traction. Are you seeing the same feed dynamic of going through feed companies in US and China? Like, what is your go-to-market strategy into the largest markets?
So basically, the largest market is China, with half of the population. We are expecting to do partner sales, and they're especially a joint venture. And in the US, what we were mentioning, 2024 is a commercialization year, but we are already in discussion in Canada and in the US through our partner Thrive to set up the pilot farms. So basically the farmers and the partners like feed companies can go there and check, because this is really important to have a local place where they can see with their own eyes at least once.
Very interesting. And what percentage market share does Thrive have in the US?
You mean Thrive SVG is as an investor from Silicon Valley?
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
But they have a huge reach and amazing history investing in this category. So, I mean, amazing series of startups. You know, thank you for the judges. I think you have a really, really difficult time to find a winner this year, like usual, but very, very strong presentation. So thank you to the judges. All the startups, amazing job on the quality of the presentation. I think you have demonstrated again the depth of subject matter expertise, the passion that you have for the industry you're in. So again, thank you so much. I would like to introduce you now to our next panel. So Megan Berry is going to actually now transition to the innovation keynote speaking. And you are going to learn from some startups, you know, their journeys, their insight, and what they've been through. So again, thank you to the judges. Thank you for the startups. And we are going to make the announcement of who is the winner on the social media channels. Stay tuned, and thank you very much. Megan, this is now.
Wonderful. Well, welcome everybody. Those were some phenomenal presentations. So congrats to all of the startups. And we're going to carry the conversation forward with two phenomenal additional startup founders. I'm excited to share with you that we have Dr. Simitri Zainfold here today, as well as Heiner Lair, that are going to share with us their stories and their journey, and also how they've been able to make it through the most volatile time for startups over the last 18 months or so. So we can all take their insights for what they see in the future, and then be best prepared on how to match the volatility coming forward. So to kind of kick things off, I'd love to have each of you kind of introduce yourselves, give us just the 60-second high level, who you are and what your companies do. So we'll start off with Dr. Simitri first.
Yes, thanks Megan for having me, and thanks to everyone that has joined us. I'm Dr. Smriti Zanaveld. I'm the founder and president of Lazarus 3D. We're a medical device startup focused on improving patient safety and outcomes through an innovative approach. The technology that we have is called PreSure. It's a preoperative surgical rehearsal platform that allows surgeons to do a rehearsal of your upcoming surgery before they do it. So by doing this, they're able to rehearse and improve on their surgical approach. If there are any complications tied to your specific surgery, they're able to avoid it in the real case so that the patients can have the best outcomes. I'm happy to share more about the company, where we're going, where we are with everyone here today. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And Heiner, please share with us a little bit about you and your company.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me here. I mean, you can probably guess what I'm working in, if you look at my background. So, I've asked the chickens to keep really quiet during transmission, but I apologize in advance for any kind of disturbance they might make. So, Faromatics, we were a startup until very recently, about 2 months ago. We built smart robots for livestock. We used to be focused only on poultry because, as a startup, that's the key thing that you have to do is focus. And so we built this thing here in my back, this little robot there, which is the chicken boy, which uses sensors and artificial intelligence to do, everything it can for the chickens, for broilers or meat chickens, so that we can detect, health problems and these kind of things. Now, about 2 months ago, we were acquired by Agri, which is a very large equipment provider for, the agricultural space, working both in agriculture as well as in livestock.
Wonderful, thank you. And if you could just share with us a little bit, how did you get into the livestock industry, and what was the initial challenge that you were looking to solve, and how has that changed during COVID?
Yeah, I mean, this getting into livestock was a bit of a, product of chance, I must say. So I did my PhD in quantum mechanics. So livestock is kind of far away from that, one must say. So, but life is long, and things change. So I stumbled into what is called precision livestock farming 15 years ago or so. That's the application of modern sensing technologies, you could say, to the livestock sector. And then in the beginning, it was a bit of a field where, lots of engineers with solutions were looking for a problem. And we got together with a group of universities in Europe where we thought, we really need to make this a multidisciplinary field, haul in, the biologists, haul in the farmers and so forth, and organize this a bit better. And then about, I would say, 6 years ago or so, we really saw a business case emerge because technologies got better and better and cheaper. And so we saw that there was an opening, and that's when we started Faromatics.
And how has supply chain issues either impacted you throughout the last 18 to 24 months? And has it either been an accelerator or has it been a bit of a hurdle for you to overcome with the company's growth?
So yeah, I mean, supply chain is now becoming a real problem, I would say. So it was in the very early days of the pandemic because we use a lot of thermographic cameras, and these, of course, were in very short supply at some point in time because people had better things to do than looking at chickens with the thermographic cameras. And but now we're getting into real trouble. So it's for us, it's been the last 2-3 months have been becoming more and more difficult with supply chain issues. So I think the next 6 months for us will be really difficult.
And Dimitri, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how things have shifted. And you are trained, and so it's a little bit more of a very sequential path for you, but there was a lot of discovery. So can you share with us what was the initial seed for your company, and then how that has changed over the last 18 months or so?
Yeah, so Lazarus 3D, we started it in our kitchen while me and my co-founder Jacques were students in the Texas Medical Center at Baylor College of Medicine. The seed was really the problem that we identified, and it was horrifying when we first learned that surgeons don't have a way to practice before they operate. And unfortunately for all of us, they're training using pigs or chicken. Sorry, Heiner, but they're learning how to do surgeries on chicken, how to suture and perform very complex robotic assisted surgeries on pumpkins and green bell peppers. So all of this seems really funny to all of us, right? And to the surgeon in training who told me about this, he was serious. He was not joking. So that was the premise of how we got started. We investigated what the current solutions were and why they were not optimal for addressing this problem. And it turns out that the technology did not exist. So we had to create it. We started from scratch. We started tinkering in our kitchen and sort of moved out of there into a garage space last year. And so now we have grown. I think there's a lot to talk about. We created a technology that we can make organs from patient data. So MRIs or CTs from real patients, we can take it and create a copy of that person's organ. So at the beginning, this was really popular for medical education and training, which was the low-hanging fruit. It was like immediately attractive to medical schools, medical device companies, hospitals, training programs across the world. And so they became our first customers. And then in the last couple of years, in the last 18 months, we really transitioned into a new vertical, which is our products as a medical device. So patient-specific models, in 2018, the FDA set out a guideline that basically implicated that these products are considered a medical device and need to follow the regulatory path from the FDA. So last year, we submitted our application during the pandemic. It was a good time for us because it let us take a break from our production and from all of our other activities that we were previously just not able to catch a break from. So the pandemic gave us that opportunity to really push forward on the FDA application. And then this year we received our clearance. So it's our first FDA clearance as a medical device company, and we're launching in January. So the last 18 months, I would say, have been really critical for Lazarus. And we have grown, ourselves as leaders in the company. We have added on new team members. We've doubled our team in the last couple of weeks, and really like launching in January as this new medical device startup. It's almost like having, sort of a new division of Lazarus that is going to come with its own excitement and learning and, iterating and improving. So all of that. Yep.
And do you have any of your amazing, extremely gross 3D models in your office that you can bring up on screen and show?
Yeah, I think so. Let me grab one.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I have a kidney with me. So this is a kidney with a tumor in it. And so this is, the yellow is the tumor, and I'm just going to squeeze it so you can all see, the realism of what it looks like for everyone that has never felt one. It feels very realistic compared to our actual organs. And surgeons use it to operate on it as if they were operating on the patient. So for them, it's a really great opportunity because this never existed. So it gives them a lot of power now to, create positive outcomes for patients who may not have had a chance previously. And so the whole goal now is to get this in the hands of surgeons all over the country, have patients advocate on their own behalf because we all deserve the best outcomes, and to go through this exciting path of reimbursement. So billing and reimbursement in healthcare is not a very streamlined process. So that's going to be our next exciting thing that we are going to make happen.
So your team almost benefited from COVID because you got this set time period where you could kind of clear out all of the dust and just hyper focus. Yeah. And a lot of companies may have not had that type of clarity and fortitude to really take advantage of the opportunities. So as you are scaling now, you have your proof of concept. What are the challenges that you're foreseeing either in your company or in your industry that you are actively trying to plan for?
I think that the challenge for us is anticipating the demand, because the customers have already used our products even pre-launch. So they have been using patient-specific models as well as models for training and education for a long time, for over 5 years. So they already know what the product is, but the demand for Presure as a product that will be reimbursed through insurance is something that is really new. And we've been surveying surgeons to understand what the need would be. So we're anticipating in the original launch to have 1,000 models, 1,000 Presure models over the course of the first year. And if that number is, in that ballpark, we're going to be fine. But if that number ends up being 4x or 10x that volume, it will be a great problem to have, but it will also require us to scale more rapidly than we had anticipated. And right now, I think the biggest challenge would be to find the best people to hire and onboard and get them trained quickly. So right now, our team is like settling in really well. We just moved into our new 5,000 square foot facility. We have our really fantastic production space as well as R&D, and we're building out our sales and marketing right now, rebranding the product line, rebranding the company actually, and then a new product line. So already it's like a lot, but we're managing quite well. If we end up having that uptick in the demand, significantly exceeding our current anticipated mark, I feel that it will be very challenging. So I think at that point, our mentors and advisors are going to sort of help us hopefully maneuver through those times.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see some comments coming into the chat, so please send your questions in the chat as they come top of mind, and we'll be sure to get them. And Heiner, I'm sure as Dimitri was speaking, you're almost kind of going down memory lane of the kind of early days of your company, of hitting those challenges, hitting those growth. So from your perspective, having gone through what many of the entrepreneurs here sitting and listening on this call of getting through that growth and getting to the acquisition, how are the challenges different now that you have significantly more resources through your recent acquisition? And how are you setting up your team in order to address the challenges in the industry and also within your own company? And what sort of aspects of wisdom can you provide to the audience here that are looking to attain the success that you have?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different kind of problem, from what we've just heard about, as you point out. So the onboarding into a large organization, I mean, right now we're 18 people, we're onboarding into an organization of 20,000. That's a significant challenge, so it's very different, of course, as you can imagine. And that has its own kind of challenges. The good thing is that we were converted to, if you wish, into a research and development center for AGCO. So we will be developing robots and robotic technologies now for livestock for the foreseeable future. And that's great because that is kind of keeps us a bit, the same team with the same spirit, with the same goals. Just now that we we have the better resources, as you point out, so that's also a great thing to have, of course. For us, the culture is extremely important, keeping the same kind of culture, that startup culture, that we will see how we will be able to conserve that over time. That is, unknown at this stage because it's just been 2 months that we have been acquired. So, we're still kind of realizing, the changes, if you wish. But that is kind of my goal, to keep it at that and to keep that freshness that characterized us throughout the startup journey.
And so I think we all hope that COVID is slowly petering out. We're going to have, a few more variants arise, I'm sure, and their lockdowns will come and go but we are hopefully nearing the end and seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So Heiner, can you kind of paint a picture for us? What does Faromatics look like in 24 months? Like after you are fully integrated, what are you addressing? How are you growing? And what are the new opportunities that you're going to be looking at in order to maintain your continuous growth?
Yeah, so for us, I mean, we will be significantly larger on our scale. I don't think we will be huge from a number of employees because it's a research and development center. And so we don't do commercialization. That's what we have the big partner for, with a big muscle, if you wish, right? So we do the development, which is just fine for us. But that will also mean that we will never be, I don't know, 500 people, right? Which is kind of okay, because we have the right kind of area and the right kind of team for a team of 30, 35, 40 people. That is probably a target that I would be looking at. Now, we will be launching new products, so we will be going into new species. It's extremely exciting for us because we are, in the end of the day, an extremely technical company. So we love our beasts. And, we want to understand what really makes them tick and where we can help with the welfare, especially in those cases where we have a good, payback also in terms of sustainability, right? So that what we can focus on now and where we can really gear up, so we can be so much faster because we don't have to be distracted by, new financing rounds and all this kind of thing that takes up a lot of time, incredibly much time.
And what made you decide to go down the M&A route? And what are some of the things that that you're almost scared of in the back of your mind? Are there any sort of big hurdles that you either mentally as a founder or your founding team had to overcome in order to proceed with this decision? And are there any things that you would like to share with the other founders here that made you lean one way or another?
Well, I mean, any of these, really, really substantial changes are, of course, very dangerous, right? So you're very scared about them, it's very nervous. And is it the right thing that we're doing? And is it good for everyone? And all this kind of things. For us, the most attractive thing was the big muscle, if you wish. So having that commercialization path, global commercialization path, I mean, realistic as a company of, I don't know, 20, 30 people, to reach the whole planet in commercializing your product is very, very difficult. It's not impossible. You can build that up, but it's very tough. And being able to join a company that has all that figured out, that was, for us, was really extremely attractive. It's also very attractive to see that the large company of that size wants to actually invest into animal welfare. It's one of the sustainability pillars of ECHO is animal welfare. That was really good for us because this is, where we come from in the end of the day. Now, scared, I'm of course scared, scared of lots of things, the whole integration of the culture is, still unknown, I would say, how that turns out, because we've grown our own little kind of niche culture, if you wish, which is very nice and very comfortable. But now, we are hitting, a 20,000 people culture, which is of course a completely different beast, So that makes me a little nervous because, it's so comfortable with a team, just like you described it, Dmitry, I mean, it's like, it feels good, everyone, and the families, and everyone around them. And now, this changes, of course.
And the amazing thing about Lazarus 3D is you guys, I think, have the best team outings as far as any other startup. You guys go hiking, you go kayaking, like all of these things out near it. So can you share with us a little bit about how you built your founding team and your co-founder selection and how you're able to maintain that?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to also address a couple of comments. So somebody said, does this exist in animal care? I don't know if it does, but certainly as we grow, that is an avenue that we would be open to considering, not at this stage, but certainly if anyone else is interested here and wants to partner with us, let us know. And then the second comment was from Amy regarding the billing insurance codes for reimbursement. Those were issued already for our products last year. And it was a huge accomplishment for us because as we gear towards launch with our 510K now, we can exercise those codes and they're in their infancy right now, but the ability for us to use them is definitely a luxury and it's a privilege. which we will be able to leverage for the launch. And then, so yes, with regards to culture. So Heiner said something really important, which is you want to preserve that culture. And Umair, I think, asked about how do we find the best co-founder and the early team members. So I think that the best co-founder is somebody that reflects you and your passion, sort of like as a mirror image. So they have to complement your own, I would say, limiting factors, like whatever you're missing, they need to be making you stronger in that aspect. So they need to not just be a replica of you, they need to actually be in ways where you're lacking, they need to be better and excel in those areas. So those are the few things that I would recommend. For the team members that you hire as the early team members, they need to bring something to the table that you do not have. So you should not be the one telling them how to do that job. They should be telling you how they do their job so that they can help you sort of accelerate that development or that process and make it better. So that's really important. That's what we look for in all of our team members early on. So it's not so much about skills, I would say it's about people. And so who they are, you know, what is their enthusiasm when you talk about your startup? Like, do they share that? And how far are they willing to go with joining the team? Because a startup, definitely they're compromising on their compensation. At the early stages, they're taking a big risk because 99% of startups fail. So in their first 2 years, that is a risk. So are they committed to that level? Are they capable of, you know, are they able to commit to that extent where they might be working nights and weekends and they might be even compromising on their personal life on some days, right? So that's a lot to ask for. And you can't ask these questions to a team member. So this is just something that you have to, it's a learning process. So you have to figure it out. How are you going to, you know, get these answers without asking those questions? So I would say it's like it's a very delicate dance. And so I think most of the team members, the new team members that have joined, felt that they would be working like 12 to 15-hour days and working every single weekend. And that's not been the case, obviously. But it's interesting that they came in with that expectation of us as a startup. And so I think they were pleasantly surprised. But I think that it is not easy. It is definitely not easy to find those team members. Everyone that we hired recently has really surprised us in so many ways. And they have definitely been a huge value add in optimizing our process, our workflow, even our facility setup has changed in the last week. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, Megan.
No, yeah, that's extremely helpful. Thank you. And for both of you, with your insight that you have, your years in the industry, your years in growing and pivoting and adding new layers and really kind of exploring and pushing things to the limit, what is your parting advice for people who are looking to grow their companies in the med tech or health tech or digital animal space? And what are your marks of caution that you think they should keep an eye out for, and that they should kind of put in the back of their mind to help them avoid pitfalls that you both have been able to avoid?
Lydia, you want to go first?
Okay, yeah, sure. So I would say that the biggest pitfall for most founders or founding teams is that they create bottlenecks for themselves. So always it's, you know, oh, I can, you know, write this code, but I need X, Y, and Z. I need a programmer. Like, just go out and find the programmer and get it done, or train, like learn it by yourself if that's what it takes, right? So just get it done and don't create these bottlenecks for yourself. Then the second is don't underestimate yourself. So I think a lot of times people think that I'm just a student or I'm just a whatever blank, right? And so I could never do this. I'm not a finance expert from the Wall Street, so I can't fundraise. I'm not a material science expert, so I can't R&D. These are all limiting, like I would say this is like a wall that people create for themselves. Don't do that for yourself, right? Like the opportunities are endless, and as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you have that drive. So leverage it and use it to the max. So that's my biggest advice.
Wonderful. And Heiner, what are your thoughts and advice for people looking to grow and scale in this industry?
Yeah, I was listening to Smithy, and of course we are probably very different ages. That also makes my perspective probably a little bit different. So it was interesting to listen to you, because I've never suffered from that problem to say, well, I'm not a finance guy, so I cannot do finance. And I've hit actually the other way around. So I was a bit too, I don't know how to say that, but I was taking on too much, of the thing, and I should have maybe brought people on that were more expert in the thing earlier on than I did. So for me, the whole investment and thing, that was really the toughest part, I must say, and also the personally the toughest part. So to get investors on board, to keep them on board, to make them believe the vision, to make them understand that things take time. That was for me was the most the hardest part of the whole entrepreneurship, I must say. The technical part always came easy. The technical part was always very well. That is actually we have a question here. What entrepreneurship is hard, and what do we do or to pick ourselves up? And that was the technical bit. Picking myself up. When I could work on the technical stuff. That was really when my juices started flowing. But the rest, that is keeping the money flowing and keeping thinking about that you have 20 people at your well, I don't know how to say that, but that you're responsible for. That for me was very tough actually.
I can add to the chips when the chips are down. We heard a story from the founder of Roomba, the iRobot, that probably a lot of us have in our homes today. So he told us that he had a significant pivot. They were making mine detectors for the government for going into like deep caves where it was super dangerous for people to go, and they were not having a lot of luck. So then they pivoted to making robots for cleaning, right? And they had a customer that requested their first vacuum, and they didn't know what they were doing. So everyone was working really hard. Everyone stayed till 3 a.m. to get their first prototype completed. And then they were like, finally, it's ready. They're going to go ship it out. And 30 minutes later, the whole thing blew up, like into pieces, blew up. So what do you do at that time, right? You're like already tired, angry, frustrated. And now your baby has blown up into pieces and it was supposed to get delivered the next day. So he said that everyone needed to cool off and everyone was very upset, and it was a very sensitive thing that had happened. It's like, getting hit by like a tornado. So they ended up just leaving the facility and they went out to Burger King. And everyone just took a break, mentally re-energized, recharged. They came back and then they started working on it again. So I think that for us, we've actually moved from Houston, Texas to Albany, Oregon last year. And we exercise that same principle. When everything is falling apart and you don't know how you're going to get your deliveries out, and you don't know how you're going to get your quality systems completed, implemented by the end of the year, which is what we're trying to achieve right now. You have to take a break. You have to step away from the problem and just go do something that calms you and sort of makes you happy. And for us, Megan pointed out, we go on hikes or we go on down the river, which is right here on right? We are located sort of on the river. So we go take a kayak or raft or go for a froyo. Like even those small things can definitely make such a big difference. For us, that has been sort of revolutionary, because being a startup founder is very, very challenging, and you will have those days where you just can't handle it and you want to give up, but then you have to step away and just enjoy like those little things in life, sort of, refresh, then come back, and you will be able to achieve your problems piece by piece. So yeah.
Wonderful. Very well said. Thank you. And both of you shared advice that really can be applied across industries and to almost any startup at any stage, and almost just as a guidebook to just being a good human and keep maintaining your sanity. So I'm particularly interested, as my last question here in audience, please chime in if you have any additional questions, but is there anything specific about each of your industries that should be top of mind for any of the audience members on this call?
Well, animal welfare for me is clearly, that's something that is a huge challenge. Understanding animals better, being able to produce them in a way that is acceptable for us and also in future generations. That's something that I think we need to spend a lot more time on as humans. And, I would like to dedicate, the rest of my career to that.
Wonderful. Yeah.
I would say that in healthcare, everyone thinks about, cure. And I think it's important to think about what we can do to prevent the problem in the first place. So, sort of like we're doing quality. So I'll tell you about root cause analysis. So if you were to do sort of an analysis of the root of the problem and try to find ways to prevent it, where you're managing pain or you're managing, some less desirable outcome following the problem, then it's less effective. So I think we should all think about, whether it's in animal healthcare or whether it's for, humans as well, what can we do to prevent problems, like preventative care, where it can be applied.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both for taking the time to share your insight and your wisdom and your trials and your hurdles and your successes. This has been extremely stimulating, and I'm sure there have been a tremendous amount of takeaways from our audience here. So we appreciate you spending this time from us, and we'll constantly be thinking about your continued success going forward. And thank you very much. So I will hand it back to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Megan, Heiner, Smriti. It's such a pleasure. What a wonderful session to end our summit on. I just want to say that, I'm so sad that we couldn't all meet in person, but this is absolutely the next best thing. It's just amazing to see all of you, to hear from all of you, everybody who joined us throughout the day. And I want to thank, obviously, our sponsors, Folio 3. I really want to thank all the volunteers who helped put all of this together. They've worked very hard over the last 3-4 months. Certainly want to thank our speakers. Everybody saw how brilliant they were and how the amazing discussions happened. I thought the startups, especially in the startup showcase, were amazing. We've always had a strong startup showcase. This was probably the best in the last many years. So we will obviously see all of you in 2022. We really hope that DAS 2022 will be in person. In the meantime, we do have a social hour right now, or social half hour. Those who are here and want to hang out, we're gonna have 1 or maybe 2 rooms here where we can just sit and relax and share a bit about each other. Again, as Hillary mentioned in her panel, I love it when people talk about stuff that's not on their LinkedIn profile and get to know one another. And also would love to get your feedback on what you'd like to see in. So with that, I want to thank everybody, all the speakers, all the audience members, our sponsors, and our volunteers for an amazing Digital Animal Summit 2021. please do stick around and let's chat and be social. Thank you, everyone. Abdullah and others, let us know if you are maybe breaking into a couple of rooms to make the size manageable. I'm happy to stay on.
Yeah, so I was thinking that we have about 28 people here, so instead of breaking out, we can just go around the room. I think that'll be more interesting. We don't have a lot of people.
Sure, no, I think this is a pretty manageable size. Those who have to leave, please feel free to leave. We are obviously done with the main part of the conference, but I'm gonna switch to gallery view and folks who are here. You know, and obviously a lot of people have just spoken as well, but I'd like to kind of go around and maybe get to know some of the folks. So I'm gonna pick and have a conversation. And Abdullah, in terms of muting and unmuting, how does that work for people who are not co-hosts?
Sure. So Mubashir, can we just allow anybody to unmute themselves and take the restriction off so people can just unmute?
Sure.
Yeah, we can do that. That'll be good. There were some really, really good questions from both Daniel and Danielle. So if you guys are around, we'd love to know a little bit more about you. And Daniel, maybe you go first and then we can go around.
Sorry, my monitor is just picking up there. Danielle, do you want to go first?
Sure.
Sure. Thanks. Sorry, I know our names are very similar. My name is Danielle Conway. I am a veterinarian and specialized veterinary nutritionist. I work for rare breed veterinary partners, and we are trying to develop a nutrition platform for our 50+ area hospitals. So looking for startup companies to partner with.
Hi there.
Where are you based, Daniel? Sorry, I missed that.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Where are you based? I missed that.
Oh, I'm based out in Boston, Massachusetts. The company is in Portland, Maine.
All right, my hometown. All right, very nice. And Daniel.
Hi there, I'm Daniel. I'm based in Philadelphia, even though it's another Daniel from Ireland, because that's where I'm originally from. I work for a company called Aggregates. I'm the co-founder and CEO. My background is actually in applied pharmacology. I worked in a bunch of startups back in Scotland before I moved to the US, focused on improving food quality and nutrition with a novel thermal processing equipment. And I got to work with a bunch of large multinational food companies throughout Europe and the US. And that got me somewhat exposed here to the US market. I then got approached by a company called Ice Robotics that was one of the leaders and is still probably one of the leaders in welfare or sensing systems for livestock. And I came over to the US and started exploring that market and working with customers and deploying those systems both in academic settings and on commercial farms. I began to see a space in ultimately data integration and working with farms to basically improve digital literacy, digital visualization, integration, centralization, and then security of that data for large producers. So we're currently working with about 12,000 cows data from about 3 sites, about 8 different data systems that range from wearables through to cameras, nutrition systems, herd management systems, and ultimately working with the farms to get the best out of that data today for what their needs are. And they may evolve as digital literacy keeps moving forward and some of the tools and AI and machine learning advance. We also see a data ecosystem evolving, or an insight ecosystem evolving there for the livestock sector that we want to supply to our customers. So yeah, that's just a quick fly through of my past.
Very nice. So now you have to share something that's not on your LinkedIn profile, because that makes a very good LinkedIn profile reading.
Well, I come from an island nation, so I know an awful lot about airplanes that probably one should not know. I could probably look up at the sky and tell you the name of the plane and what model it is very easily. That's kind of a geeky thing, but it's something I've been interested in since I was a child. Used to live on the back of the runway in Dublin, so.
Very nice, very cool. We have Anik here. Anik, do you want to unmute and share a bit about yourself? If you're still on, or you away, no problems. Then I'm going to just go around the room a bit and see who else. There's Rodrigo Silva, and then Roger Saltman. Any of you want to chime in, please feel free. And again, we're looking for just, introduction to yourselves, as well as, again, something that's not quite on your LinkedIn profile. So whoever wants to chime in, please feel free to do that. I see Hannah and Corey, Lilia, whoever wants to, please feel free to. Now, I don't know if Sebastian, you're still around.
I am.
But I want to know what's not on your LinkedIn profile. So please make an introduction to yourself, so folks can get to know you in a little bit more detail, and then share some stuff that's not on the LinkedIn.
I don't know. It's been it's a tricky question, and it has to be properly rated. And no, I don't know. Two things down that on my profile. The first time I was involved in the animal health actually was before Merial. I launched a company in London called International Market Explorer, and we were advising companies to export in foreign countries. We had a great contract with insurance that were basically guaranteeing the outcome of our trip into very cool countries like Dubai or Poland. And my first time I was maybe like 21, and we went to Poland. And we ended up trying to sell carcasses of beef to a broker that was visiting in Poland, but for, I think it was, I don't know if it was Afghanistan at that time or Uzbekistan. I mean, it was one of those countries where they were looking to buy 50 containers of meat. And the deal was to actually exchange the money at the border of Ukraine in cash, and it was a fantastic way to start my animal health journey. So that's not on my LinkedIn profile, but a lasting memory of very interesting experience.
Got it. And you're based here in Atlanta now?
I'm still based in Atlanta. Yeah, it's you wonder why you come to Atlanta, and then you cannot figure the way to leave. It's very convenient. Best airport, great cost of living, and really good weather. So yeah, it's been good for us and the family.
That's coming from a hard to please Frenchman, so that's saying something.
Well, there's a great airport that goes to France, as make it very convenient to fly if you miss it.
There you go. Other folks who want to chime in and say hi, please feel free to do that. I also want to just do a quick round and see if people have some comments and feedback and suggestion for Digital Animal Summit for next year. And anybody can chime in on that.
Hi, Roger, coming up from the darkness. Hi, Umair.
Hi, Roger.
Really wonderful group of speakers, and I mean, everything was just spot on today. I'm so eager to do this in person, where we could actually, you're just watching it all happen from here. And what you can do in the chat is obviously fairly minimal. I would love to have dug much deeper into a number of these presenters, and I had so many questions going through the day that I'd really love to see. And a lot of my work right now is with startups, and so I just want to wring more information.
Tell us about your work, Dr. Sullivan.
I'm sorry.
Tell us a bit about your work. Yes.
Tell you what will work, did you say?
Yeah, no, tell us a little bit about your work, right? What you're up to. And,
yeah, for the people who don't know me, I retired from Zoetis about 2.5 years ago as chief medical officer in the cattle and equine business, and I started a consulting business really the next day. But so a lot of what I do now is work with either with venture capitalists, who are just eager to get into the animal health space and try to understand it better. And that was, somebody spoke to that a little bit earlier today. You know, there's plenty of capital around looking for a good place to put it. And the question is, you know, how to understand the animal health space if you haven't grown up in it. What particular element or what particular segment, you know, do you want to focus on? Production animals, companion animals, et cetera. So I work with venture capitalists. I also work with small companies who are really, you know, trying to get, most of the companies I work with are just trying to get, you know, to cash flow neutral. And, you know, there's all those incredible pressures to do that, and how they navigate through that. So, you know, so I work, well, obviously my deepest expertise is on the technical side, but having been in the business of animal health for, you know, for the last 20 years, I mean, really the business side, I try to help with that as well. So yeah, so I knew Imran back in Pfizer/Zoetis days, and Rodrigo Carranza, and so we, you know, it's wonderful to see so many colleagues too that, you know, that in different companies and that pursuing the same space. So yeah, so I'm, you know, a little bit of for me is I'm on the board of directors of one small startup company. You know, it's just a really, I just find it a really refreshing space to be in.
So Roger, something that's not on your LinkedIn profile, what can you share with us?
Something that's not on my LinkedIn profile. Well, I have a tremendous passion for sports, and I know that the first panel, what I was thinking, what I would have answered, and actually I think Rodrigo Carranza knows this about me, but when I was in college, I was a place kicker in the football team. So I was always the smallest guy on the field, but I could kick a ball. So that's probably the one thing that is not on my LinkedIn profile. Almost everything in my life is on my LinkedIn profile.
That's it. And then what about for next year's summit? What would you like to see? I know you wanted more interactions, and also hopefully if you have it in person, what sort of either topics or structure would you like?
You know, I thought actually, you know, and I was at this summit last year at this time, and I think that was my second summit. So, right. But you know how the pandemic can kind of seems like a long time. But I was not at the first summit, which was in person, I believe, in the I don't know whether it was in San Francisco or whether it was on the east side of the Bay, or but so I think the format was really nice. I thought the shark section was really interesting. The startups are fantastic, and then I think somehow, because I've not ever done this in person, it'd be great though to have some sort of structured time where people like myself can interact with these folks, not just at the end of the day when we might go to the bar together or something, but if there could be some way where we could interact, and for mutual benefit. I suspect that there's a lot of opportunities for from both sides.
Yeah, so I think we have these sort of, sort of lunch roundtables. You can have sort of high tea roundtables where 8 to 10 people get together and cohort and sort of discuss what they've heard or other things they want to share. So those sort of small group meetups can be really important. And that's sort of what, we sort of miss here in this. So we just heard from Anik. Hi, Anik, if you want to unmute and share a little bit about yourself. We'd love to hear from you. We saw your comment just now in the chat.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I'm a French vet. I live in. Oh, that's Sebastian is calling me now. Just now. Where is my phone? Sorry.
Jump from one call to another. Multitasking always.
Small world, huh? Sebastian just got off the call here.
Sebastian was calling me on WhatsApp at the same time. So I'm a French vet. I live in Versailles, close to Paris. And as I told you, I founded 4 years ago an association with 6 friends of mine. All of them are vets, and all of them are involved in new technologies. Some of them are practitioners. Another one of them is a scientist, a data scientist. So we have a lot of activities here in France. We published 3 or 4 books. We attend every year the CES in Las Vegas. We organize a delegation of vets. We used to be 25 in the last 2 years, or in 2019 and 2020. This year we will be only 15 due to the situation. So we are very active here in France to try to convince and to train French practitioners about new technology. This is not so easy here in Europe. Many vets are not really convinced of the current benefits of these technologies. So, but we are really, things are improving year by year, and we are not now, we think that especially the young generation is now more open to these technologies, to wearables, to IA, artificial intelligence, data usage, and data collection. And so we are, some of us are, let's say, pet oriented, and half of us are cattle oriented. One of our member in the VetTech Association is a professor in cattle disease in the vet school of Nantes. Maybe you know that Nantes is a big town in France. Another one is a professor of pet reproduction in the vet school of Toulouse. So we have a lot of activities. If you have 5 minutes, have a look on our website. Sorry, the website is in French, but there are many, I'm sure you can understand. And you will see also there are a lot of photos, so you can understand what we are doing. So it would be a pleasure for us to meet some of you if you are attending the CES in Las Vegas next month. Send us an email with the contact on our website, or you can send me a message with my LinkedIn profile. You will see my address in my LinkedIn profile.
Absolutely. So Anik, make sure you type in your website in the chat window here, so others can take a note of that.
The website is www.vet-in-tech.com.
Okay, yeah, we see it. Yes, vetintech.com. Yeah,
Vet
we see it.
Intech.
Perfect. So something that's not on your LinkedIn profile. We can't let you go away without that. Something non-professional that you want to share about yourself.
Non-professional.
Yeah.
What about my not say private life, but I have horses. I breed horses, French horses for jumping. So I have I ride. What I can tell you also is that I have a daughter, and my daughter is also a vet. She's a vet working in a pet clinic here in the south of Paris. She is also a rider. She rides in a show jumping competition. So I have a dog. My dog is called Hickstead. It's a Schnauzer. And I live in a house near Paris in Versailles. And you are welcome here in Versailles.
Be careful with that invitation. Everybody's going to jump on that invitation. Yeah, that's brilliant.
The frontiers are now open. For us, we can travel to the US. That's a good thing.
Yes. Yes. You can see the comments in the chat. Yeah, we're all big fans and Francophiles. So my eldest daughter is a vet, so she's also in small animal, companion animal. And I have a dog who was wandering behind me during the conference. He's a golden doodle named Pi. So, and we've been to France several times, and it's just magical. So, you know, I have to figure out some work pretext to get over there. And I do want to just include very quickly Mubashira and Saira. We also have Mohsin and others, but these are the folks from Folio 3 who like literally spend hours and hours and days and weekends putting it all together. So Mubashira, if you're still around, I know it's extremely important. So if you're already dozed off, no problems. But it is 2:30 in the morning in Karachi, and Mubashira is still there. So Mubashira, thank you again for your effort, Saira, for your effort. And if you want to share with everybody a little bit about yourself and maybe one thing that's not on your LinkedIn profile.
Sure. Saira, do you want to go first?
You go first. I can do later.
All right. So my name is Mubashira Yaqub, and I'm working with Folio 3 as a product manager for the last 2 years almost. And for the last 2 years, I'm in the organizing committee of TES as well. It's a pleasure every time. And one thing that's not on my LinkedIn profile would be that I work in animal care, and I have never touched an animal in my life because I have animal phobia. And I have absolutely no idea about animals, to be honest. And when I tell this to people, they get really surprised, but this is how I'm working. And luckily, with the help of the clients that we have, I've got to learn a lot about the animals, and also through DES. So that's what I would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mubashira. Saira?
So hello everyone, I'm Saira, and I recently joined Folio 3, and currently I'm serving as a marketing associate. And like that was my first project I have been working on. One thing that's not on my LinkedIn is I sing, and that's it.
That's a lot. Well, we have to have you as the main act in next year's Digital Animal Summit. that is a revelation. Very cool. Well, I'll be seeing all of you hopefully soon as well, and we have to get rid of the pet phobia. So we'll work on that, Mubashira. Thank you both of you, and anybody else who's there from the Digital Animal Summit team. Thank you to them as well. It's just been brilliant to work with you and see what you've done. Anybody else want to say anything? I know if Shamir wants to say stuff, anybody else, please chime in.
I think Shamir has dozed off.
Yeah, he dozed off.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. 2:30 in the
Yeah.
morning, let you guys be. But for those who are in sort of normal human time, anybody who wants to make or share something, or again, any feedback on this event or plans for the next event. We'll take some final words now. We're up on our social half hour.
Yeah, I'd like just like, you know, Roger, Daniel, and others, you know, do let us know. This is an annual event. You know, there could be some things that come to your mind that we should include in our agenda next year. If you come across, you know, interesting startups, you know, the startup showcase was fantastic, right? We're always on the lookout. We want to project and showcase the wonderful work that's happening in the industry. Let us know if you know good people, you know, who are part of the industry, who are really making difference, who are leaders in the industry, and we should have them on our panels. Do let us know, you know, because it's a collaborative effort, right? We see this gap in the industry that, and that's why Digital Animal Summit was created, that we wanted to bring in industry and, you know, the big companies and entrepreneurs and the venture capitalists all, you know, on a single platform to help with this digital transformation of the industry. So we of course rely on the leadership that you guys bring in, the great work that you guys are doing, and all input from you will only make Digital Animal Summit better.
So, great, Mohammed. I would just say when you start doing your planning next year, if you would just tickle us with a reminder via email, kind of what you're thinking, and you know, glad to help out in any way we can. You know, it must be. I mean, the planning for this must take at least what, 6 months or so. But so whenever you are ready to start that planning, happy to help out. I noted, and it's kind of interesting that so many of the people who are in the digital summit, at least in this format, you know, were, you know, either entrepreneurs themselves or, you know, in startups, and the only one that I recognize from a large company, could just be that I'm limited in knowing people on here, but of course, Rodrigo from Carranza, from Cargill. But otherwise, you know, there was nobody here from Zoetis, nobody here from, you know, you can name any number of large companies. And it's a little surprising that, you know, so the business development people and the people are sort of searching for technologies, which is a role that I played in my old company of Zoetis for a number of years. You know, it's, you sort of want to be looking in every corner and under every nook and cranny of the industry, and you don't always get a chance to see that. So I was a little disappointed, frankly, that some of those people were not here just to hear what's going on and hear the thinking, because the thinking was really state of the art. I loved the thinking and from everyone. So I think that might be an opportunity area, and maybe, you know, post-COVID, when we start to get back to some normalcy, maybe reaching out to those kind of business development people would make sense. If I were such a person at Merck or Boehringer Ingelheim or any of these other companies, I would be on here, because I might, for a very small investment of time and money, I might find a technology that exactly dovetails with what I want to do or where I want to go with my business. So
absolutely.
So maybe I can help with that when we get to that point.
Yeah. 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 Half of the gray hair that you see on me have been in the last 2 years organizing this lab.
Yeah, that's right. I think your original pictures were all dark hair. So this is, but you're looking good, Mohammed. You're still looking quite good.
In terms of the livestock side, Mohammed, bringing in actual producers, whether they be large or small producers, and let them talking about their pain points in terms of what they're dealing with on farm. I think we heard that in terms of a message come through maybe 2 or 3 times, is trying to get the startups to focus on tools that are reaching those needs at the farm level. And that is such a critical point. And I see it all the time dealing with or speaking with startups and ag tech companies. They all want to go out and do one thing or create one insight. And I think we need to move beyond that with big data and IoT. And I think the only way to really hear that is hear what the farmer at the ground level is dealing with. So then these startups can begin to apply solutions to their needs that can be broader, scaled up.
No, yeah, that's a good idea.
I think Daniel brings up a good point. The only thing is I would be a little cautious, and you really saw this today with One Cup AI. So One Cup AI has a solution, but as someone brought this up, my question. So the issue of scale in agriculture is one where you may not be able to be all things to all people. Mm-hmm. So it's one thing to be able, as an example, I thought it was a neat solution, One Cup AI for the part-time cattle farmer who can put all their cattle within range of that, of the cameras. Yeah. But so many of the beef cattle ranches in particular that I've worked with over the years, you're talking about 500 head of mama cows over many, many acres of land. And so, so I was pressed. I couldn't figure out where that would fit. Whereas there are other technologies that we saw today that might be really for a solution for a larger operation of some sort. So the one thing that's really, and I see this a lot with companies that I work with now, is you have somebody who starts as a technologist, and they come up with a solution. Somebody said it today too. I don't remember who said it, but so it's a solution in search of a problem, and usually most of my work with startups is really getting them to answer the question. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah.
So what are you actually, if someone's going to invest either time or money or any type of resource, what are they going to get out of it? And that, in translating that is the hard part.
On your point, Roger, in terms of trying to get animals and these huge ranches out west up in Canada that are thousands of acres and trying to move animals. I sit on the Dairy Welfare Council, and I look at the tools that are coming that are IoT based and go, well, how much of it's changing the welfare or the time budget or the behavior of the animal for what's going to help the human, when ultimately we've got to make the technology work for the individual animal.
No
and
question.
That's something that seriously needs to be taken more into consideration with IoT versus the human component of it, because that'll come, but the animal's most important and profitable component.
No, agree fully. Yeah, I mean, we've got so many of these, we've got societal pressures, we've got pressures to be more efficient, we've got, shrinking margins, we've got so many things, and the people who are going to really win in these startups are the ones who address all of those issues. And it's easy to sort of list them out. It's much harder to really, to meet all those needs. But you're right, Daniel, I fully agree with you.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Well, anything else, Abdullah, from your side?
No, I guess I'm happy we had a great discussion, great people to connect with, and hopefully we'll be reaching out to everybody, setting up these follow-up discussions. So, look out for those invites as they come through to you.
Brilliant.
Wonderful.
With that, I think we shall end the thing here now. Thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you to all of you who stayed on. Cheers. It was brilliant to see all of you and talk to you.
Thank you all. Take care.
Take care. Thanks again.